Good morning, everybody, and welcome back to beautiful Antigua and Barbuda. This is day 4 of round 1 of the West Indies Championship. Beautiful scenes there of this lovely island, Antigua. 365 beaches, 365 things to do, I guarantee you. And oh my goodness, oh how we wish we could be on that beach. But right about now, we're here at the Sir Vivian Richards Oval Stadium. Forgive my words there. And it is day 4, as I mentioned, the Guyana Harpy Eagles versus the Barbados Pride. Interestingly poised, I would say. Guyana Harpy Eagles with a lead of 242. They're currently 91 for 8. As I say good morning to Vernon Springer alongside me. Vernon, how are you doing this morning?
I'm great. Good to hear from you. Good to also listen that you had a lovely night rest.
I'm not sure about the lovely night's rest.
You're not. You walk right into that trap, so you got to be careful. 91 for 8, a lead of 242 by the Ghana Harpy Eagles. Exciting times for West Indies cricket. As you know, West Indies is playing in the first test match against Zimbabwe, 112 without loss. Shanda Paul and Bradwett both on 55 the last time that I checked. The umpires are coming out. It's Patrick Gustard and Carl Tuckett. If you're wondering who's on the Cricket West Indies YouTube channel, well, yeah, you know what's happening. It's live ball-by-ball cricket coverage live from the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium and also at the Coolidge Cricket Ground. So there are 2 interesting games set up nicely, and predictions have started to go in. Now, just listen to my prediction. Drawn game.
Drawn game?
Yes.
Never. Cannot happen. I no. You have me stuttering to begin the morning, Vernon. It cannot draw. This match should not draw. If this match draws, I'm going to tell myself that there was negative cricket on some side of it. 242 lead. My prediction here is that Guyana probably bats maybe the first 30 minutes of the morning, probably get to maybe 270. I don't want to see more than 270 on the board. I want to see this game open up, and I want to see Barbados go after the runs. The possibility of that draw comes now if Barbados have started to go after those runs and decided to shut shop. That is the only possibility of a draw here. That's the only time I want to entertain that thought, Vernon. But positive cricket here today. I want to see a result. This game should end.
You can't play positive cricket if you don't have your captain.
Oh, that's the thing. So now that you mentioned not having the captain, I actually was out there this morning and Shane Dowrich appeared out of the dressing room. He was walking. He does not look 100%, but if he is required, I can guarantee you that he's going to put on those pads and walk out there and be a force to be reckoned with. So Barbados do have back their captain.
But let me just say to you that the Barbados team over the years, if we check in the analysis, no team has scored 250 runs consistently in 2 sessions here. So that's why I've said to you that it's a drawn game.
And that's why I say then it's a result, because given the fact that they have not scored that 250, there's a possibility that they'll be bowled out going after it.
Well, it's up to you. 91 for 8. 242 is the lead here. Let's see what the approach will from Niall Smith and Versamy Permaul. Versamy Permaul is on 11. 11 from 25. Niall Smith is not from 4. We say good morning to everyone who have tuned into the Cricket West Indies YouTube channel all over the world. If you're in the Caribbean and you're following us from Montserrat, Anguilla, St. Martin, you name it, Curtin, we've just been informed that Nicholas Curtin is the captain and not Shamar Brooks. You have me puzzled there. Why would that happen?
Oh, that's what I was told on the field this morning.
Wow. 91 for 8. And Nicholas Curtin is the skipper. All right. I'll leave that one. I say good morning to the folks in Barbados, in Guyana, Jamaica, Trinidad and Tobago, Grenada, Dominica, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, Sabre, Statia, wherever you're listening to us, Trinidad and Tobago. Listen, we're going to bring the action to you. And starting will be Akeem Jordan from the Sir Andy Roberts end. And we're in and ready to go. On the left of us is a little overcast, but the breeze moving from east to west. And Akeem Jordan would want to get that outswinger going pretty early. Full toss driven down the ground by Permaul. First run of the morning. The score goes up to 92 for 8. Ghana Harpy Eagles inching closer up to that real important landmark of the first objective will be to get to 250 in terms of the lead. And if you get anywhere 250 and you take 25 over, that's a bonus on this track here.
Certainly will be interesting to see how these Ghana Harpy Eagles batters go about this first session. As I would have mentioned, I don't think they'll be looking to bat the entire session. They shouldn't, to my mind. So it'll be very interesting, like I said, the approach this morning. What is the target that they've set in their mind?
So, Akeem Jordan, 2 slips, a gully, square leg, mid-on, mid-off, cover. And the fine leg is Niles Smith gets a delivery. Wide of the off stump, it doesn't have to play at it. And quiet period of play. Just looking over at the eastern side area over there. Looking a little dark, but it's got some breeze that is pushing it down into the southern area. Early morning showers once again in Antigua and Barbuda this morning. Exciting times here in West Indies cricket. Today, predictions are for a victory at Coolidge and the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. Niles Smith coming across nicely and just playing the ball up to Shamar Springer at mid-on.
I heard you mention predictions for victory over at Coolidge. So that means that you're tipping it in favor of Leewards or Jamaica?
Well, it's an open game, and you know Leewards, Jamaica will have to bat real good. Leewards will also have to bowl properly and bowl well. On a small ground, anything is possible. Smith comes quietly forward. He's off the mark as he just squeezes this out into the offside, and he gets a very quiet single. Nicholas Curtin, just been informed, is the captain, number 63. And for Niles Smith, I thought that he gave away that single because having that deep point all the way down on the boundary maybe would have been advised for Smith when batting to really close that out and, you know, just don't give away runs. 77 boundaries have been hit so far in this game. Here is Permaul driving sweetly. And one thing about Permaul, he's always advancing to Akeem Jordan.
He's definitely looking to counteract that swing quite often. As I would have mentioned in that first innings, definitely a solid approach from him. And it was nice to see how Akeem Springer attempted to adjust in that first innings. He didn't always get it right, but when he did, it was certainly spot on from him. And it will be interesting to see how he goes about this morning as well.
Here goes Jordan to Vasami Permaul is whipping this out to Sinclair on the leg side area. So first over comes to an end. 3 singles off the first over. And the score goes up to 94 for 8. A lot of cricket action taking place in Antigua and Barbuda this weekend outside of the Cricket West Indies Regional 4-day competition. The Antigua and Barbuda Cricket Association, they're also having their trials to select their team for the Leeward Islands tournament, which will be later in a couple of weeks' time in St. Kitts and Nevis. That is taking place at the Pigot Sports Club. The groundsmen are in position just to look around, and from the advancement and the conversation, it seems to be pushing more to the southern area. So we're praying that everything will work out well. But back on the cricket field, no, I think it's coming in. They are now moving into position. Let's hope not. I see them coming down the hill. So we'll have to check into the Param area and find out if it is coming over the hill. But most of them look like they're putting on their raincoats to get themselves organized. Here is Permaul on driving down the ground while the groundsmen get into position maybe to bring on the covers. So a lot of action taking place in the eastern area. I think it's going to rain, Joel.
It's definitely looking threatening.
Yeah.
I do hope that is not a long shower, as that would kind of put a spoke into predictions that I've given thus far. I didn't factor in rain being a contender as well.
Here we go. As Sir Vivian Richards Stadium has got dark. A little overcast right here. Shem Holder into Bolton Niles Smith is hitting this one down to long on. Mosley comes off the boundary. And everything is almost like a roller coaster here. Maybe Barbados have made their mind up that whatever the score is, they're going to get it. The groundsmen, who also have some ladies on their staff, are getting into position. Here is Permal advancing when he gets there. Lovely stop, good work by Shem Holder. Didn't come back catchable height. He dropped the ball and caught. Already earlier from Permal. He's coming quietly forward. Was thinking about a single, but Niall Smith was not interested. The score remains on 96 for 8. The breeze is really powering away, so we hope and pray that it will push it to the southern area, but it's overcast here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. It's lovely ground, picturesque. Here is Permal back and can't beat Shamar Springer at backward point. The partnership, just early days, 6 from 19. A Shem Holder in now to bowl to Permal. Permal back and punching that past the Nicholas Curtin and down to the boundary for a single. As we look on the left and we see the groundsmen just making sure they position themselves. Someone is going to the top to maybe indicate and say, well, listen, we might be weighing and ready to go. But the wind is really heating up into that area on the eastern side. So that maybe might just save us today. There's a heavy cloud cover right now, Joel.
Heavy indeed. This looks like it could be a little something. I've mentioned that the rain does decide to fall almost every day in Antigua. Showers of blessing, as you would know. Relatively quiet start though so far by the Guyana Harpy Eagles.
Cameraman. You know what? Here is Permal driving inside out into the cover area, out to the sweeper, getting a very comfortable single. Wanted to find the boundary.
Yeah, it will definitely be about quick runs for Guyana Harpy Eagles this morning if they are to set back up this game. Obviously, they would have liked to be in a by far better position than 98 for 8, but one must take what is given in this sense.
The lead is 249, and psychologically you want to get up to that first 250 mark. Jordan into bow to Smith. Smith is staring this outer backward point, can't score. He remains on 2. Kamari Boyce. See another one of the groundsmen on the western side just running to get around. Maybe went to get his something sorted to get into position just in case. Because those covers are heavy. Short delivery from Jordan. No real pace on it, and Smith just decided to maybe just bang that down into the square leg area.
I have a question for you, Vernon. From a Barbados Pride perspective, what is the most that you'd be willing to chase down here on the final day?
It's not a matter of chase. It's a matter of the confidence. I don't know if the Barbados team is lined up for that chase. I might be wrong. I'll come back to that statement. Pushing again. And I don't know if they're thinking about the chase. I think they'll be thinking about trying to dismiss first the Guyana Harpy Eagles and then maybe approach it in session by session. But like I said to you, this is a good batting track, and they're going to be also wary to know that Ghana is going to have Sinclair and Versame Permal, and that is going to be the misery that is going to be in their ears. They're going to have to deal with for the rest of the day's play. Here is Niall Smith just looking to turn this into the square leg area. Kevin Hickman. Wickham comes around. He's now pushed back into the area. He might maybe assist the groundsman in pulling on the covers if needs be. But God has been good with us so far. Let's keep our fingers crossed. 98 for the 8 as Wickham goes right back. Niall Smith is 2. Let's hope he doesn't try anything daft. Comes quietly forward. And we'll have to consider that to be a good over. 1 run coming off the over. 3 for 22 from 12. Akeem Jordan And the latest score here at the Survivor-rated Stadium, Guyana Happy Eagles in their second innings, they're 98 for 8. And please don't get fooled when you hear 98 for 8.
Definitely not. Runs on the board or runs on the board. Definitely a good start, though, from the Barbados Pride bowlers. That lead, obviously, 249, and they'll be looking to make sure that it doesn't get much further than that. The wind's certainly picking up here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. Shem Holder to continue from the Sir Curtly Ambrose end.
And because it's picking up, it's really pushing the cloud cover down into the St. John's area. Here is Versame Pomor driving on to the offside area. 250 is now the lead for the Ghana Happy Eagles. So psychologically, Barbados know that if they want to win this game, they're going to need 251. Lead mountain, 99 for 8. 37th over being bowled. And Smith comes forward, plays right up to the short leg. Slip, short leg, leg slip, short mid-wicket. Deep backwards, short deep backward square. Long on, mid-wicket, cover, mid-off, flighted. Again, Smith comes quietly forward. Looks very organized now, Smith.
Certainly looking quite solid in defense there.
So good morning to Sean Devers, Akeem Green, and those guys in Guyana. We'll be listening to our coverage, compliment to the West Indies YouTube channel. Here is Smith on driving down to Mosley. He'll have a lot of work to do in this chase. 100 up for the Ghana Happy Eagles in their second innings. 100 for 8. 36.4 overs bowled. Here is Pamal just on driving again down the ground. I think Shem need to just bring Keon Harding to his left and give him some room. I just think he's just a little too square. Put him into the more orthodox mid-wicket position, and force him to maybe look on the other side into the mid-wicket area, because he's getting the ball to rip. Shem Holder. Now Smith comes quietly forward. Over completed. 3 singles off the over. 101 for 8 is the latest score here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. And the game just metering out. Cloud cover. Wind pushing it. We now see in the southern area of Antigua and Barbuda, showers of blessings pouring out for the farmers. And I can tell you, Antigua and Barbuda has been blessed almost every day. Early in the morning, you get rain. It's the greenest that I've seen Antigua and Barbuda for a very long time, since last year.
Well, the rain's certainly better for the crops than it is for cricket. It's going to be Akeem Jordan to continue. And that lead, 252.
Jordan to Pamal, slow bumper. He just helps it around into the square leg area. Wickham is darting in. They're coming back and they get 2 runs in the end. So, good run, good work, good communication from Smith and Pamal. Good cricket all around in the end. Score in the meantime goes up to 103 for 8.
From what I've seen thus far, it looks like it's the role of Versame Pamal. Just keep that score ticking over.
Jordan to Pamal. Pamal driving through cover, more runs. In fact, he might get 4. No, a beautiful save. That's good work there in the outfield. Save 2 runs.
Brilliant effort there by Jonathan Drakes on the boundary, getting around quickly, getting his body down. And they will know that every run is important. I know the question is, will Barbados be willing to chase? I believe that the pack of young men out there are hungry for a win to start this campaign. And as such, I would say that they're interested in the win here today.
105 for 8. Jordan worked into the leg side area, getting another easy single. So things have just looked so easy for Smith and Pamal this morning. 106 for 8. Pamal goes up to 23. And now Smith and 3 comes into the strike. 256 is the lead. We say good morning to Henderson Springer, Adrian Donovan, my good friend. Haven't heard from Erskine King in a very long time. Hope that Erskine and his family are well. Harold Eastman, thank you very much for your encouragement and all the folks who continue to give us their feedback. We really appreciate it. Jordan into Bolton Isle. Smith is coming forward. Smith has worked on his batting, for sure. The first time I saw him, like I said, within a couple of seasons, and I could tell you he was really beltering in. He's put on some body mass. And there's one for the future. He's been around the West Indies A-team setup. So it'll be somebody that they'll be looking for. Maybe this could be his big season. Jordan to Smith. Wide delivery. No need for him to play that. 106 for 8. Another cloud cover coming over again. So we maybe might just have not a slight break, but more or less you just have heavy cloud cover maybe for the first maybe 20, 30 minutes of the morning play. Here is Smith just turning this into the onside and getting an easy single. So over comes to an end. 5 runs out of the Akeem Jordan's over. 3 for 27 now from 13. And score in the meantime goes up to 106 for 8, 106 for 8. Smith and Permore at the crease. And they're just going about their business quite easily.
It looks like a few drizzles are down. I could see some water hitting on the glass in front of us. A couple people looking for a bit of shelter. Hopefully it's nothing too major though, as Shem Holder to continue here.
You sound like you want rain.
I know I don't want rain, but rain will also,
checking.
Just add to the equation here, as probably nobody factored it in.
But you have to. Well, so when I said what I said this morning, you have to weigh up all of the circumstances. Here is Niall Smith getting confident and just playing around his pads there. He's going to have to be very, very careful. I haven't seen the real bite in this innings from Shem Holder as we saw in the first innings. Holder to Smith. Good flighty delivery again. Smith getting around and just tickling this past the deep backward select fielder. And they'll get a couple of runs if they want. They can get 3. They only get 2 in the end. The score goes up to 108 for 8. I think the groundsmen are coming on. I think this is it. There's a break. And they're moving into position. Oh,
The question will be then,
Yeah,
depending
13, 14, you could say 13 on the cover. And anytime now, umpire Carl Tuckett and Patrick Gustard will have to look around. And you just have to look down in the corner from the param area. If I can get my cameraman to just push a little bit more down into the corner, if it's in that area, and we have something. Here is a clip into the square leg area. They get a couple more runs again. Good work there by Graves. Score in the meantime goes up to 110 for 8. Anthony Merrick, one of the big men on the top, just looking. Anytime soon, they'll give the signal. A slight drizzle. So it's almost like a cat and mouse game here. And that's the interesting period of having commentary, especially with the rain. It's like a science looking at the groundsmen. You're wondering what is going to happen. When they're gonna get the signal. Patrick Gustard communicating with Carl Tuckett. Almost yorked himself there. Niall Smith over-completed. And the gods are with us here, Joel.
certainly looks that way, as play is going to continue. I'm a little curious, should rain actually cause an interruption, let's say a fairly lengthy one at that, what Guyana Harpy Eagles decide to do after. Obviously it takes some time out of the game, and I guess based on that, it would allow us to know the thinking of the Guyana Harpy Eagles camp, whether or not they're trusting their bowlers with a lead of 261, or whether or not they need a bit more to feel a bit safer, that cushion Remember earlier I said I'm looking at 270 as the maximum before declaration if I'm thinking of a positive mindset of looking to force a result in this game.
The wind has certainly picked up tremendously here. It's not a hurricane wind. Patrick Gustard is trying to just make sure that his hat is still entrenched. Bermall pushing that one, almost giving Jordan a bowl and court, but good control because he played with some soft hands. He got a single. He's now rehearsing on the non-striker's end. Goes up to 28. The score in the meantime goes up to 111 for 8. Nelson, as you would know, by Dickie Bird. He would have created that. He would have been hopping around as one leg. Curtin comes back to first slip. 2 slips of gully. Point. Mid on, mid off. Cover. Square leg. Smith. Positive. Immaculate in defense. The rain playing cat and mouse game here with the groundsman at the Survivor Rated Stadium. Anthony Merrick on the top. Just about any time soon to give the signal once he sees it coming through. There's rain at Coolidge. Vinod has just indicated that to us. So could be a rainy day. Here is Smith driving. Can't beat the short extra cover feeler. Another dot ball.
Just for a moment there, they probably thought that they were in with a chance. That ball just hit a bit uppishly there by Nell Smith, but just falling short of Shem Holder. It looks like they're at a short cover position as that rain now comes in even harder. I think we could be getting that signal now. Yes, indeed, we do. It's time for those covers as the rain certainly come down here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. So we're going to have a break in play with the Guyana Harpy Eagles leading by 262 runs here over the Barbados Pride.
So 14, including a couple of females, have got the job done. Carl Tuckett is camping out of the way so that they can get on the cover. And the wind is very strong here. And it's like a coordination to be able, somebody has to get around on the other side very quickly, making sure that the practice area doesn't get wet. And at the same time, you've got to stick down one side. Musai Thomas, one of the groundsmen, outstanding fast bowler from Antigua and Barbuda. He's now a cricket coach, one of the coaches in the ministry. And I don't think a lot of people really respect groundsmen, especially when they have to deal with the covers. It's not easy. Christopher Taylor is coming out with an umbrella to make sure that everything is okay. But the wind has picked up pace, almost like a hurricane wind here. And it's pushing it across. There's rain at Coolidge, rain at Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. 111 for 8. We'll take a break right here, and we pray that everything will be in order.
Well, welcome back. As the rain break was a short one, and we are very happy about that. And we will be looking to have a full session, at least a remainder of the session. That's a quick bouncer there by Jordan, just allowing Niall Smith to know that he's around. So it's 112 for 8. And the Happy Eagles are now up by 263. I think they're well on top here. The Happy Eagles, despite batting 112 for 8, I think that first innings lead that they enjoyed has now given them that overall lead. I think they are ahead at this point in time as I welcome back Vernon Springer to the commentary chair. Here's Jordan again, another bounce. That's a 2 in succession. And welcome back, Vernon.
Welcome back on this morning after just a slight blessing, showers of blessings. Groundsmen had to really get themselves organized, especially with the strong wind and the covers, to be able to manage the process. But they've done an excellent job, and we see the sun sneaking back through quietly.
Smith with a very funny stance. It's almost crab-like. Crouches very low. Keeps him out. At the end of the over, it's 112 for 8.
112 for 8, a lead of 263 and counting. And I really didn't see the intensity from Barbados this morning to sort of restrict the Guyana Happy Eagles. And when I maybe said to Joel that I subscribed that this would be in a drawing game, he sort of got a little bit defensive. But I would have thought that Barbados would have come out and maybe just attack some more and try and see if they could knock over the remaining batsmen for the Guyana Happy Eagles teams, but they may be just going through the process.
So we'll see. I was saying early on, Vernon, that Guyana is in a very good position at the moment.
Always a good position to be in.
At the moment, the West Indies, just to give you an update, they're 112 without loss against Zimbabwe, with Craig Brathwaite on 55 not out, 138 balls, and Tejaran Chanderpaul 55 not out of 170 balls.
Permal just stroking this into the offside and picking up another important single, taking the score now up to 113 for 8.
Playing dangerously across the line, down to the backward square. So the runs continues to come here this morning. Guyana just adding 264 now, 265, and I think that's enough to really make a match out of this. I was saying late yesterday, I was saying 280. I think they'll be okay with that. They may well get up to that now. Tapped away, runs here. They're going to come back for 2 and may possibly look for 3. In fact, they get 2. So Permal continues to bat and bat well.
He's a sort of dogged player. He could frustrate you for very long periods of time. 4 runs out of this over so far. And, as a spin bowler, you don't really like anybody taking runs off of your bowling, and Shem Holder just getting a little frustrated.
I was speaking about Doggy Fresh out of Barbados. He's cameraman at the cricket, photographer. And my friend Wayne Daniel, who's also from Barbados, has just messaged me as reminding me that Doggy Fresh worked for the Nation newspaper. Good old Doggy, famous for falling out of his car in the gap and getting back in and stopping it.
So good morning to the big Wayne. It's great to hear from him. 117 in the meantime for 8. It's the 41st over being bowled. 5 runs so far scored in this over.
Say good morning to David Harris as well across in Barbados. It's 117 for 8. Shem Holder. And Smith talking this one on the onside. He would have been better served there when allowing the top hand to guide that shot and look to play it through the offside. Too much bottom hand in that. This time the bottom hand brings him a single as he again tugs it away past short mid-wicket.
Cutting with the misfield there, and Shem Holder not too pleased with the effort there from Curtin. Curtin is the acting captain, so you maybe have to keep his comments to himself.
Haven't seen your favourite bowler this morning just yet.
Who's that?
Keon Harding. Haven't seen him just yet. 3 for 36.
I was trying to go to the figures yesterday for Harding. I think I wrote them down. Almost like about 16 wides and like 5 no balls.
7 no balls, our scorer said.
Sure. It had to be a torrid time. 269 the lead here.
Jordan has been excellent. 3 for 29.
The thing about Jordan is that, he goes about his business effectively. He's not an out-and-out fast bowler.
With Jordan, it's all about lines. I think his line and length has been excellent. He lives just outside that off stump, and he has that surprise short ball that he unleashes ever so often.
I think sometimes the Caribbean batsmen also would tend to get fooled, Vinod, because on these flat pitches, if you have the Jordan and company, when you go to the higher level now where you're going to meet somebody with more express pace, and you maybe want to operate the same way, you maybe sometimes have to adjust. Here is a big heave by Permaul over mid-off, and they get in an easy single. Ball's in the air for a long time.
Well, McAllister thought that he had a chance, followed it, but
Jordan is maybe saying to him, I need a bigger effort from you. Maybe he might be suited best
I'll say good
to
morning.
maybe have Shamar Springer on that side.
Well, this broadcast is going all over the world, as you know, thanks to CWI. Its broadcast is, and it's so great for our cricketers to be seen all over the world. Just got a message as we were speaking about Doggy Fresh. Just got a message from a well-versed Indian commentator, Dr. Nilesh Mehta, who says that since you guys are talking about Doggy, he would like to say hello. His dog, Sonu, would like to say hello out there in Chicago. Good day, bye. As you're locked on looking at the cricket. Green. Oh, that was a big one. A ballooning bouncer. Harmless. Pummel is a short man.
He is shorter than Machunandu, for sure.
Is he shorter than you, Springer?
Maybe I might maybe just have him by a head height. 19 for 8, lead 270.
I think this is a good lead. I think this is a lead that Guyana can work with and win this match. Pushing away. Just one. Let's see if they want to play it as safe as the Windward Islands did.
There might be some concerns for Leon Johnson. Yesterday you would have recognized that Permaul got hit on his leg, and maybe the motor overs that they maybe might want him to bowl today might be a little bit conservative. We don't know, but he's a warrior, Permaul.
You can see he's not comfortable, Permaul. He has now reached a landmark of 504 wickets for Guyana in all formats yesterday. And during the lunch break, we will have an interview conducted by CWI's Philip Spooner with Versami Permaul. So you would want to stay tuned for that during the lunch break.
So 121 for 8. From 42 overs bowled. And just to give you a summary so far, Ghana Happy Eagles scoring 271 in their first innings. And fell away real badly in the second innings. Some real poor shot selection from some of the Guyana batsmen, including their captain Leon Johnson. In fact, I saw a dismissal yesterday by Shanda Paul Hemorrhage. I was amazed. Couldn't believe I was looking at a 4-day game. It was almost looking like he was playing for the Ghana Amazon Warriors.
Stanley Shambola to continue from the northern end, or the Sir Kirtley Ambrose end.
Nah, Smithers look organized, Vinod. 10 from 35, 36.
Yeah, he doesn't look fussed at all, and that's a good sign. Is it a great sign, though, Springer, that matches are ending in draws? 4-day matches in the Caribbean. So many times it's finished in 2 days, 3 days. Is it a good sign?
It depends on the venue that you're playing on.
Mm-hmm.
My only concern, and I asked you already, is, I want us to have I'd like us to conduct some interviews across the region to find out why the curators take off the grass off of the pitches in the Caribbean. You'll come today and you'll see grass. If you look right here, Vinod, this is almost the test pitch area where the short leg fielder is.
Yes.
Going into that area there, you see grass. If you come back maybe and there's a game going to be here, all the grass is gone.
Who's stealing the grass?
Well, I think who's rolling out the grass? That's the big question. And I think it's a myth too. If you see grass on the wicket, you tend to get very much concerned.
Yeah, you get concerned. You think that the fast bowlers are really going to get at you. But I don't know why they're removing the grass. I'm not an expert in grass,
I'm not either, but you've been around for some time, and we keep asking ourselves the question. Now, there has to be a difference with soil content in Antigua as compared to Barbados, as compared to Jamaica. There has to be a science behind it. I know at one time, you had Dale, the groundsman in Anguilla. I'm sure you would have seen cricket in Anguilla at the Warner Webster Park. And Dale himself was into preparing pitches, produced some real classical. In fact, he was the first person I knew that had a plastic, and he put it on the strip and he just rolled it, and it was like concrete. But when the ball hit, it skid, it came off, and so that was his method to be able to prepare that, because Anguilla's soil was completely different to Trinidad and Tobago soil. Barbados just going through the motions. Ever changing ball in Vinod?
Yeah, so your guy, McAllister, is back from the Sandy Roberts end. Let's see if he can end strongly here.
Purmall driving extravagantly through cover for 4.
Purmall just clearing the front legs there, so he was able to then clear the levers, just take the hands through the shot, and that's 4 runs.
The lead building, 276, 125 for 8.
So McAllister, 1 for 16, has had a good match, hasn't he, Vernon?
Yeah.
He is.
He's bowled with pace.
So he lose Brooks.
Yeah. I think the management, how they have managed him has been very important. They've used him in 4 or 5 overs burst of spell. And you got somebody with this kind of pace, you tell them, listen, just run in, look at the stumps and bowl fast. And I've been impressed. I would love to see him on a good green top. I think he will make some batsmen hop around.
Yeah, some pace. Definitely.
Short delivery again. And good take by Brooks, coming around nicely. 126 for 8. The lead is 277. Purmall 35, Smith 10. Maybe getting some dose of his own medicine from McAllister. Wearing the number 47, a very big number to wear. Some big shoes from the Sir Andrew Roberts end. Goes up now, bows to Smith, pitched up. It's a good delivery. It's really clubbing away at the pads there. That's real good bowling here by the young man. Nicholas Curtin at first slip is applauding him for his effort. Could Yorker length delivery is going at that toe. Maybe trying to take out Niles Smith's left boot, but he got the bat down on it. Barbados looking for wickets. They have not been able to get anything for the morning. Pitched up and just it's so much pace here. Out to Wickham. Smith going hard at the McAllister delivery. It's almost like a stroll in the park here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. Game just metering out, kind of just batting. I don't want to say batting for time, but they're approaching the first hour. Forward comes Smith again. It looks like another over has been completed. The latest score here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium, Guyana Harp Eagles in their second innings, 126 for 8, a lead of 277. And so Vasami Pomola's top scored for the Guyana Harp Eagles in the second innings with 35 from 50. And the next best was Macho Nando, 16 from 74. And I don't have to tell you the history book of the other scores. Been pretty disappointing, almost like a telephone number. There's also some trials game going on in Anguilla to select their final squad. Preparations also taking place in Montserrat. Shem Holder in to bowl to Permaul, and he's bowled. So Permaul has finally had enough, swung across the line of delivery, and Shem Holder has picked up his first wicket for the morning, 126 for 9. Guyana has declared. Leon Johnson has looked at Nicholas Curtin, and he said, we've had enough. And so Barbados will need 278. 278. That's what they would need for victory. It's going to be an interesting period of time. So Guyana have declared in their second innings 126 for 9. And just shy of 2 minutes of batting for the first hour, I think they would have met their objective. Barbados would need 278 and Guyana would need 10 wickets. 44.1 overs bowled. So we will take a small break, and when we come back, the run chase will start. Welcome back to the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. It's the start of a match-winning chase. Barbados Pride will be required 278 runs to win, and this is after the Guyana Harpy Eagles would have declared their second innings on 126 for 9, or 44.1 overs. In today's play, they are expected to have 61 overs remaining, plus the final 15 overs in the final hour. And so we expected to make sure that we can be able to have an exciting game. 278 is the target set, and we'll wait and see what the outcome will be here on this lovely day here in St. John's, Antigua and Barbuda at the Northern Ground at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. At stumps, the West Indies in their first test against Zimbabwe closed on 112 without loss. Tejan Ryan Chandapal is on 55, and Craig Brathwaite is also on 55. So good morning to Joel.
Good morning, Vernon. Morning again. Certainly an interesting one here on our hands. I would say that Guyana have put it at a position whereby I'm not even sure Barbados Pride will entertain the possibility of reaching that 277. That has to be at a run rate probably given the overs remaining at somewhere close to 5 runs and over. But it will be interesting here to see how things go.
Discussion taking place with Leon Johnson just make sure that young Shamar Joseph understand his role. I've been very much impressed with what I've seen so far from the young man. 3 slips of gully. Backward point, cover, mid-on, mid-off. And 1 feeler out. Looks like Niall Smith. Well, that's in the deep backward square area. Bang on target is Joseph with his first delivery. Being played up to mid-on for Sammy Pomal. Just trying out his arm. The lone police officer on the western side, just walking the mound, maybe for some exercises to get in his steps on his Fitbit watch. Twinkling of spectators here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium as Joseph into bowl to McCaskey, who is just pulling a short ball that had no pace on it into the boundary for 4. So second delivery hoisted away quite easily. That didn't have anything on it, and Barbados are off and running, therefore without loss.
And that was certainly an excellent shot there by Zachary McCaskey. And I love that it shows intent. I would have talked about the fact that I'm not too sure if they might entertain the chase, given that it will require them to go. I calculated that just about 4.5 and over, given the 60.4 overs that remain in today's play. But that shot certainly is a positive one, and I would love to see how they go about this. It's definitely still gettable, but it will require a good platform for the Barbados Pride openers.
McCaskey gets a good shot delivery there. Good comeback delivery there from Joseph. A real effort ball, and it was just going across the chest of McCaskey. Zaka McCaskey. Have some time for him. Saw him in the Super 50 a couple of seasons here, right here in Antigua and Barbuda. Look very organized. Now he gets a chance in the longer version of the game. He maybe want to build on it. Wide ball outside the line of the off stump. And for the next round, with maybe at least 7, 8 players who on West Indies duties coming back, it would mean that competition for places would be very difficult for some of the players who are in this present team.
Next round being the third one?
No, next round meaning the final 3 rounds of
Oh,
matches by the
okay,
time those guys come back. Final 3 rounds of matches. A little high there. One beating McCaskey for pace there from Joseph.
Definitely too high on that occasion. Zachary McCassie up on the toes, that one. I think even above the pad itself. I just had to question very quickly when you said next round, because I know the next round in technicality starts in a couple days. So yes, definitely the competition will be on for the matches starting in Trinidad, coming on to that March time period.
He's beating him for pace here. McCaskey will have to have a look. 4 runs off the first over. And he ended well after that boundary. Sort of came back with a little bit more aggressive, Shamar Joseph.
Like I said, it will definitely be interesting to see how this period before lunch goes. Just about another 46 minutes or so until we have that lunch break. Obviously, Zachary McCaskey here on debut. He'll be looking to make amends for what he did in that first innings. He started well and got to 26, but then played an ill-advised shot to a short ball from St. Clair. He will know that he's definitely better than that shot, and this is certainly a chance for him to stake a claim and show what he can do. To pair Shamar Joseph, it will be Niall Smith coming from this Curtly Ambrose end. Niall Smith didn't pick up any wickets in the first inning, but he was fairly economical. He started quite well in the afternoon of day 2. We'll be hoping that he can start in similar fashion here today.
I want to go through something later while I'm on the broadcast, because I think it's unfair sometimes that players perform in regional cricket and their performances go unnoticed for some particular reason, and sometimes no one even tells you, well, why you're not good enough, why you're not being selected, what are the reasons, what are the problems. And this, I think, has been a factor which has been haunting West Indies cricket for some time. The explanations of things around Niall Smith. First starts with a no ball. I think his first for this match. It's not a good start here. Umpire Carl Tuckett gets out his right hand. He's been acknowledged by the main scorers. So the score in the meantime goes up to 5 without loss. And I wanted to talk a little bit about last season regional competition in the Caribbean, where Craig Bradford scored 584 runs, Tejan Ryan Chandapal 439, Devon Thomas 414, Kyron Powell 405, John Campbell will break for a while 398. I'll come back to that. Smith, Mosley, good pace, good carry, good leave, good cricket all around. And John Campbell 398, Raymond Reefer 345, and Paul Palmer 336. Now that concludes with Yannick Karaya 314. I'll stop at number 8. And I'll go down the road to kind of indicate that I think it is unfair sometimes. Why do we have regional cricket if we are not looking and picking the best performers who perform for the West Indies in the regional competition? Good leave, good carry again. If you're looking at batsmen, then Devon Thomas has to be in the West Indies team. You can't tell me he plays his last test in Australia and then you start him in Zimbabwe on good form and he's on the bench. It's really unfair, and I'm saying that because it's an unjust to the young man. And don't try to turn him into a wicketkeeper when you know he doesn't keep in the 4-day competition. Smith into bowl to Mosley. Moses driving, not getting that right foot out to the pitch of the ball there. That was pitched up. It's something which Mosley struggles with very early in his innings. Got 65 in the first innings was dropped also on North. I'll be very disappointed that he didn't get 100 because he did all the hard work during that process.
He certainly did all the hard work indeed after that. Minor mishap at the start of his innings. He certainly settled down. He played some very fluent looking strokes. And he definitely looked good at the crease.
Mosley goes. Beautiful delivery. Searching for it. He was never confident. Got an outside nick and Bramble takes the catch. Shane Mosley, the test player, goes back for Barbados. Are you still in the hunt of thinking about a Barbados victory?
Oh, it was never that I was thinking about a Barbados victory, but I was thinking about a result on a whole. As we see that replay now, Nell Smith, that was a beautiful delivery. Just pitched up, inviting Shane Mosley to play that drive. He was better served leaving it alone. Instead, he just reaches out at it, lets his hands go away from his body, took the edge, and that was a brilliant ball, a brilliant start for the Guyana Harpy Eagles here. Barbados Pride 5-1.
And this is the Niall Smith that you've come accustomed to. A touchdown in the right area. And Mosley in two minds, really, as you said. Maybe he needs to go to Matthew Nando's class and figure out how he's going to begin to leave those balls. As you rightly said, it might be in a delivery that could have been committed to. It's in two minds. And when you're coming forward, your head and your shoulders need to lean. He was more or less in a standing up position, and the arms and the hands going. So Barbados losing Mosley. Two to come, 5-1. Mosley not.
I still believe a result is on. However, in my mind, I was thinking that Guyana Harpy Eagles might have wanted to give themselves that amount of time. So they took 91 overs to bowl out Barbados Pride in that first innings, and that is when Barbados Pride played a few ill-advised strokes. On this occasion, I'll get back to that point.
Out comes the master, and he leaves the first ball. And when I said the master, the number 3 batsman in Jonathan Drakes. Number 3 position is a very specialist position. It's almost considered to your best batsman goes at number 3. That sends the signal. That sends a message to the world. And if we look at some of the famous number 3s that have turned out for a number of teams all over the world over the years, I could talk about maybe even somebody like a Jim Allen out of Montserrat. Slip cordon being strengthened, 4 slips a gully. Short leg for young Jonathan Drakes. He's driving down the ground. Lovely shot. 4 runs. No need to chase for that. Beaton just needs to retrieve. Hits the ropes now. And good positive shot there from the young man. Gets a half volley. And he stroked it down the ground. Score in the meantime goes up to 9-1. And Drakes is 4. McCaskey is 4.
Yeah, that was definitely a very pleasing shot by Jonathan Drakes. Allowed that ball to come to him, and it was just about timing. He didn't go at it too hard. He just allowed it to come to him, and it made its way back down the ground. That will certainly ease the nerves for him, especially given that shot that he would have played on day 3 to Versami Pramal. He will want to forget about that particular shot, that particular innings, and come good here today. I was talking a little earlier about the fact that I feel as if when the rain came in, I would have told myself that I would have used that as my declaration period for Guyana. Give myself that additional time to bowl out the Barbados Pride here today.
But this is still a good batting wicket. McCaskey is a little uncertain. Joseph is trapping him on the crease, and he's not willing to come forward, and simply because of Joseph's pace. So he doesn't want to come forward. He's not committing himself. So he's just waiting.
Because you mentioned it's a good batting track is why I would have told myself I would take that additional time. So we had about 15 to 17 minutes taken out for the rain. You had time taken out for the changeover as well.
Joseph to McCaskey. Oh, that's a beautiful in-swinger. Ball darting around here. Joel at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. A little slight overcast.
Exactly. Conditions perfect
for swing bowling.
For swing bowling.
The ball is talking here. Now we understand why Shamar Joseph is an interesting bowler.
I would have mentioned that he looked quite good in the nets a couple of days before the start of this match, and I was intrigued. I was interested to see how he would go here.
There's a P for leg before. He's out leg before. Patrick Gustard. Caught on the crease. McCaskey goes. Beaten for pace. And he never looked comfortable. He didn't want to come forward. There's no review in this regional tournament. McCaskey goes leg before to Joseph. Beaten for real pace.
Oh, the Harpy Eagles right now are flying high. Shamar Joseph, a bang on target with that one. It was full. It was straight. And it hit Zachary McCaskey right in front. And he was sent on his way. So Barbados Pride in further trouble at 9 for 2.
And I'll say this to you, Joel. On this track, especially at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium, you gotta look to get forward. So you gotta make that adjustment too. There, McCaskey was just in no man's land. He caught on the crease, and simply because he couldn't understand how to deal with Joseph, so you gotta get deep into your crease and get that stride out. And because there was no movement from him, once he missed that, I don't think Patrick Gustard had any other choice but to raise the index finger.
Well, I was talking about needing a bit of time, but Guyana Harpy Eagles probably have something else to say here as we get that delivery once more from Shamar Joseph. Zachary McCaskey not getting out, trapped on the crease. That dreaded finger was raised.
Don't know if you realize on the replay, he tried to pull away very quickly. But the umpire would have already had it in his muscle memory while looking at the way the ball would have pitched.
Well, there's interesting times here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. 9 for 2 in pursuit of 277. That 277 obviously right now not looking like it's on the minds of the Barbados Pride. It's now about making sure that they get through this period and get to lunch. The most experienced man there is in Shamar Brooks is now at the crease. The question is, when will we see Shane Dowrich? I said that. We saw him this morning, so I expect that if he's required, he will come to the crease.
Wide delivery. And normally, Shamar Brooks tends to struggle early up. He doesn't get his feet moving early. Let's hope that he will get on his bike and get that stride out. He too also plays from the crease. He's sort of half cock. Doesn't get that big stride out to stroke the ball. And sometimes he also, especially the ball nipping around. And Joseph is getting this ball to talk here. 9 for 2. Brooks is not. And that's going away. Outswinger. Could see the effort there. But if he gets the ball to induct to Brooks pretty early, it's going to be very, very, very important as to what's going to be happening.
Well, there's certainly perfect conditions here for the seamers, for the Guyana Harpy Eagles. Just slightly overcast. The breeze is with them as well. And not just that, they've picked up two, so their spirits are high. They know that they're in the hunt, they're in the game.
Brooks not. Could leave, not making him play. So the over completed. A maiden wicket over for Shamar Joseph, and he's having a dream debut, the young man from Ghana.
Certainly a dream debut indeed. The other thing that is going for the Guyana Harpy Eagles is that when they look at this time, they know that their seamers can give it a good burst before lunch, because they will get a nice rest of 40 minutes right after. Lovely shots there of Antigua. I know the players won't be concerned with those views though, because it's all about the action that's happening on the field right about now. But oh my goodness, wouldn't I want to explore a little more of Antigua's Barbuda as we get back to the action. Jonathan Drakes, there will be pressure on him. He's on debut. 4 slips and a gully. And Nell Smith with a ball that's doing a lot of talking.
Smith. That's a short delivery. Ooh. And had to get out of the way and get down acrobatically very quickly. Sharp bumper there from Niall Smith.
Oh, that was accurate indeed. Jonathan Drakes just managing to get under it in the nick of time. He would have certainly smelt that one.
9 for 2. Guyana seamers, their tails are up. They smell something and they're coming for it. I have some tourists who've just come in and they're trying to take some photos by the Sir Vivian Richards statue. Yeah, short ball again, getting on it very quickly. Smith working up some pace here in the second innings.
He certainly looked a lot quicker here today. I don't know if it's because they sense that they're on the verge of something. Take one more here before lunch, and it will add to that pressure. Once again, it raises questions of when will we see Shane Dorrich. I'm not sure what position he might be allowed to bat at, probably somewhere around 7 or so, given that he's been off the field now for a couple days.
9 for 2. Brooks North, Drakes, who's facing Niall Smith, in bows to him, and he's just working this and getting a easy single. He's going to have to get busy on his feet because Smith is working up some pace. Leg buys in the end. That rushed him there. This is going to be an important 3 deliveries for Shamar Brooks. And like I said, I've been around and following Shamar Brooks for some time. And even at the international level, he's not that confident very early, especially if you bowl between wicket and wicket. He tends to play around the ball because he's just always caught on the crease. And Niall Smith might know that. He's in now to bowl to Brooks, and Brooks is just turning this. That can't score. To mid-on. It was very, 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 very close. Ransford beaten. The Guyana Harpy Eagles, before lunch, they're on top. 10 for 2.
On top and happy right now. Honestly, if I were Leon Johnson, I would be smiling all the way towards lunch, especially given that I'm looking to those hills and seeing that it's still going to be overcast for some time.
Smith in to bowl to Brooks. Pitcher Brooks driving up to Permall. Just want him to stay over that ball a little longer. He tends to drive and then come back up. You know, you just need to just caress it, bend that right knee more, lunge forward into it. But he's such a classical player, and I think what happens to Shamar Brooks is that because his hands are so, drives the ball so well, he just concentrates more on that aspect and really don't maybe spend enough time by getting into the right position consistently more often. Smith in now to bowl to Brooks. Brooks is getting on top of a short delivery. Can't score. He's a naught. Over completed. 4 overs bowled. And Barbados are 10 for 2. They've lost the wicket of Mosley and McCaskey. It's now down to Drakes and Brooks, who will have to come up with some repair work here very fast.
Some repair work indeed, but this is a good challenge for Jonathan Drakes, especially after the manner in which he was dismissed in that first innings. This is a good time to show that he's actually capable of being at this level. Like I would have mentioned, he scored a massive 170 in one of the games leading up to this back home in Barbados. So it's not a question about if he can bat, but a question of will he bat here today.
Here goes Joseph to Drakes. Drakes leaving on a wide delivery, which is outside his off stump. I mentioned to you that the Antigua and Barbuda Cricket Association is holding their trials. I think you have a Kareem Agor 11 clashing with the Elroy Francis 11. That game is being played at the Pickett Sports Club. Kareem Agor 11, 42 for 2. More cricket action. Good delivery. Joseph certainly getting the ball to talk here.
He is indeed, like I mentioned, these are perfect conditions. Any fast bowler who believes in himself would love to come and bowl here today. The breeze is up. It's cool outside. Conditions that will assist you in swinging the ball. This is like bowling at 4:30 on the evening in the practice nets.
Joseph into both to Drakes. Drakes is leaving alone here. Just want to see him attack the off stump. I know he wants to attack the stumps, not just the off stump, but attack the stumps. And Leon Johnson has to get Drakes playing balls. He's been comfortable leaving those alone. Get him to play the ball. You got a new ball. You have to make the batsman play because he can do that all day. And that's what happened in the first innings with Nandu. Nandu just left and left and left. Make him play. You got a new ball? Make him play. Let's see how good he is. That's it. Back of the length, forcing him. Let him think about something else. Because for him, he'll be a little nervous, really. He's got to work on his technique. He's going to work on his defense. 10 for 2.
And there are those overcast conditions that I was talking about. Some thick clouds overhead here at the Vivian Richards Stadium. You talked about making him play. And after his delivery, I have something interesting that I want to say.
Can leave that all day. Make him play. You got a new ball. Because you have to understand, right, Joel? This is now the 5th over of the new ball with the shine on it. What you want is to be able to prepare yourself with a brand new hard ball to make the batsman play. Because that one of those can just come off the splice. The groundsmen are moving into position. Joel has been calling rain all morning.
I haven't been calling it. I've just been seeing it.
Shamar Joseph bongs away. In out the bow to Drakes. Drakes is tucking him up. That's what we're talking about in terms of attacking the stumps. He could leave alone balls all day. Attack the stumps. Keep coming at the stumps. Over. Number 5 is completed. Barbados are 10 for 2. And I don't want to say in a bit of trouble here yet, but early days as we see the groundsmen moving around into position. Just for precautionary reasons. Never know.
We're certainly hoping that we don't get any weather before the lunch interval. But as we get closer to that, a theory or a thought popped into my head. You were talking about making him play. And I think that somebody who would make him play is Versamy Pramal. I would throw the ball, depending on how close we get to lunch, if Jonathan Drakes is still there, I'll throw the ball into the hand of Versamy Pramal for 1 over. Cause Jonathan Drakes to have to think about that first innings. Put 2 men in front of the bat and see what happens. Maybe pick up 1 more before lunch.
Good observation. Smith in now to bow to Brooks. Pitch up down the onside. Bramble coming across goalkeeper style for Guyana Harbour Eagles. Diving away. And just for the first time, Niall Smith just pushing that one down the leg side. And simply because Brooks was coming across to cover his off stump. And was just showing some inclination of a piece of the leg stump. Cricket, lovely cricket. You say cricket, rain comes. Niall Smith to Shamar Brooks. He's up both to Brooks, and Brooks is just turning this. It's off the mark quite easily with a single. And let's see how this contest will work out with Jonathan Drakes. It's been a high level of team spirit between these two teams. Groundsmen are more hustling into position now, so there's a little more urgency.
Yeah, I could actually see that the rain is broken already, just coming over what I guess I would call the hills. We don't have many hills in Barbados, so nice to see a few here.
Here goes Niall Smith to Jonathan Drakes. In now both to Drakes, and Drakes is being tucked up with that delivery. I think anytime now, Anthony Merrick will be waving either to Carl Tuckett or Patrick Gustard that it's time to go. He's just moving down and looking into a particular area, coming out to the Param area. And once you see the rain lined up into that area, then you know that it's going to be serious. You know, it's amazing when we have night cricket here. They are master at it. I don't know how they execute it. That was searing. Drakes has a good bumper.
Oh, that has some fire on it. That is what I like to see here. And cricket, this is a competition. Oh, that was sharp. And that was not only sharp, but it was accurate. as well. Jonathan Drake's doing well to get out of the way of that one. But this is good, exciting cricket here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium.
11 for 2. Barbados Pride. The target is 278. But I think they're maybe not even thinking about target. They're maybe thinking about survival. Niles Smith is thinking about wickets. Into both to Drakes. Drakes is trapped on the crease. And that might have been just going down. He was neither forward nor back. And this is a testing time for the young man. It's also a testing time for the groundsman. Anthony America's given the clearance. Here they go. Here we go.
So unfortunately, another break in play here and a contest that is certainly starting to bubble here, to bubble up and show signs of something good. But the only thing that's happening are those blue covers being brought on by the groundsmen, who I must say should probably hold them very quickly, because if the wind gets under them, somebody could start to fly.
Yeah. So we will take a break. It's a rain break here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. Barbados required 267 runs, 11 for 2. And the rain break on behalf of Joel Manit, Vinit Manchan, and Vernon A. Springer, as we take a more or less a water break in the process.
Now at the moment, there's Sammy Pamal, 500 first-class wickets for Guyana. Pamal, that is excellent going. I'm sure you must be delighted to reach that milestone.
Yeah, first of all, I want to give God praise and thanks for achieving this milestone. I also want to dedicate this milestone to my parents, father and late mother, for the sacrifice they have done for me over the years. I'm very happy to achieve this milestone. Playing for Guyana over the years, being one of the most consistent performer over the years, and I'm very happy to achieve this milestone. Having said that, I don't think anyone in Guyana have achieved this milestone. Probably I'm the first and privileged to represent Guyana and achieve this milestone.
And you are the first, and so I guess hopefully there'll be more to come. But a bit on you. I mean, you remember when you started playing for Guyana, that first match so long ago?
Yeah, I actually started in Grenada. I think the ground was I can't remember the ground, but I know it was in Grenada. I think Narsingh Dana was a captain. I think I was 17, and that was my first against Windward. I got 4 wickets in the match, but it was a rain-out game. It ended up in a draw. I started cricket actually at Albion Community Centre Cricket Club. There was like the likes of Narsingh Dana and Chattagoon as senior players. I also want to thank Mr. Beeman Walters, who has been there from the inception of starting my cricket career until now.
And 17 years old, obviously great ambition, coming into the team, representing your country. That must have been a dream.
Yeah, it's always a privilege to represent the country. I never dreamed of getting 500 first class wicket for my country. Like I said, I want to thank God for this, because I never thought it would have been this way, but God knows the best.
And any milestones in between 1 and 500, that's 502 now. Any milestones, performances that you remember that that you carry with you everywhere you go?
The first last wicket and the 500.
You remember the first one?
Yeah, it was Devon Smith.
Oh yeah.
Taking the second ball in starting first class career, and Joshua De Silva the 500 for Guyana was against his hard in this match here.
And 500 for career was Josh.
Yeah.
Now, I mean, the game has changed a lot between your first wicket and now your 500. What are some of the things that you enjoy still doing, while playing for Guyana? It was Guyana then it was Guyana Jaguars, now it's Guyana Harpy Eagles. What are some of the things that you enjoy the most throughout that journey?
Yeah, I like for the cricket. It tests your patience, fitness, concentration, and like we always stress in meetings that the importance of this format of the game is patience. And over the years, you see that once if a batsman or a bowler be patient in the Caribbean, you always reap success.
And you bowled 20,000 balls in that time, so you would know the benefit of patience. And they tell me that you're close now to Nikita Miller, that his record is now in danger because you still got some time left. Is that something that you want to chase down, Miller's record, or you just want to see Guyana do good and win?
Well, actually, I think I am too far away from Nikita Miller. There is one at the goal, and the goal is to see Guyana retain back this for the title.
And you would have been there over the years when Guyana won under Johnson, so you could taste his success. But what was those years like?
Well, I started when we was being beaten a lot, and then by playing the cricket again experience, then we win it 5 years straight, and I think that experience now is passed on to the younger player now, and the most important thing is enjoying the cricket. Once you enjoy the cricket, everything will fall into place.
And we can ask you your main partner at the other end, Bishop. you and Bishu would have won a lot of matches for Guyana together. He bowling leg breaks, you bowling left arm. Tell us a little bit about, that journey with Bishu as well in terms of, as you said, winning those 5 consecutive for Guyana.
Yeah, well, Bishu and I started at Albion Community Centre. We played club cricket together. Eventually, we played senior cricket together. It's because I think I know him, he know me. We grew up together. We know each other very well. It's always a privilege to play with Bishu. Pick up over 100 test wickets, and it isn't easy in the Caribbean for a spinner to pick up over 100 test wickets. I think probably Bishu and probably a couple all-rounder have gotten that. It's a privilege. I enjoy playing with Bishu. Leg spinner I contain one end, he attack the next end, and it worked both in partnership.
Tej, firstly, I want to ask you, what was the feeling like receiving your test cap from Brian Lara?
Well, it's a special feeling, receiving your cap, and from the legend himself, it's even better.
What did he say when he handed you that cap?
He said he was there when my dad made his debut, and he think he would be proud right now watching on the game and seeing me receive my cap.
And just as you mentioned your dad, coming through the system, how did you deal with the pressure of being Shiv's son?
But it's something people always talk about, so I just try and be myself. I can't be him. I could only do what I can do, and be me.
In terms of your batting style, a lot of people say that you're similar, you take your time. Is that his influence shining through, or is that just something you developed throughout your career?
Well, I started training with my granddad when I was little, so he always the kind of guy, he just instilling you, don't give your wicket away, and you could only get runs in the middle, that kind of stuff. So yeah, I think it started with my granddad.
And I know that you've done a bit of training with your dad as well. Is that the same type of idea that he tries to instill in you, or what is his coaching style?
Yeah, well, since he came, well, he was living in the US a bit, and then in Guyana. Well, now he's back in the US, but at the time when he was in Guyana, we would train together. So, yeah, basically, some of his teaching and batting style kind of rub off a bit.
Was cricket always your first choice, or have you ever thought about doing anything else for a living?
Well, I guess like playing youth cricket, and yeah, from playing youth cricket I thought about, cricket, yeah. Never really anything much else.
So if Tejran Shandapal wasn't a professional cricketer, what would you be doing today?
I really don't know. I haven't given it much thought.
Well, good. We hope you don't have to give it much thought.
Fingers crossed.
In Test cricket, do you have any goals for this upcoming year?
No, I try and take it one game at a time. Every time I go out and bat, try and get a start again and try and bat as long as possible. Yeah.
You mentioned taking it one game at a time, 2 test matches on their belt so far, with notable performances. What was the feeling like when you first got the call to represent the West Indies?
Well, I obviously thrilled, excited to be representing the West Indies. Yeah, happy feeling, excited, and thankfully things went well, so yeah, even better.
Who did you get that call from?
Chairman, Mr. Yens. Yeah.
And what was your reaction? What did you do immediately after?
Yeah, you know me, I'm a quiet guy. I didn't really jump up or anything, but you're feeling the emotions inside. Yeah.
Who was the first person you told about that call?
Probably my mother, because I live with my mother. Yeah. So yeah, I live with my mom back in Guyana, so yeah, most likely I think her.
And when you told your dad, what was his reaction?
Well, it's like, it's tough series, so you gotta be prepared and be ready mentally and everything else, yeah.
That was before he said congratulations.
He always thinking about what you gotta do, so, yeah.
Would you say that he has been the biggest influence in your career so far?
Well, like I said before, it started with my granddad because from the early phases of my career and age, my dad was obviously playing, so he's not around much, and yeah, so my granddad.
And other than your dad and possibly your batting partner, which other cricketers do you look up to in world cricket? Anyone that you have watched over time, maybe modeled your game off of, past and present?
Well, you watch like Alistair Cook, Sangakkara, my dad, Lara when they were playing. You watch all the good players, Sachin, Virat, so many, Can't name all of them, Ricky Ponting, all these guys, so.
And anything out of their game that you always said you would bring into your game when you got to the Test cricket level?
I guess you watch some of the shots they play, but obviously I don't have all those kind of shots like some of the other guys, but try and keep it simple and do what I could do.
You mentioned Brian Lara, who you have here in Zimbabwe as a mentor. What is it like working with Brian Lara, and how much motivation does it give you when you walk out onto the pitch or when he says a kind word to you?
Yeah, he's a very cool guy, easy to approach, and you have a few tips here and there, stuff you can add to your game and improve on, and apart from like shots and that kind of stuff, like how you think about the game and these kind of stuff, yeah.
How is it having Craig Brathwaite as an opening partner?
Craig, a very cool guy, I guess similar to me. So we get along pretty well. When you go to bat, he always share his views and things that you could do to negate certain bowlers, and yeah, we talk about what's the ball doing and what we could do, and yeah, that kind of stuff.
What do you admire most about Craig? Firstly on the field and then off the field?
Well, like I say, he's a very cool guy, and the field, I think he is strong mentally. Yeah, bat for long periods, and the runs show.
And I'm guessing that's something that you plan to emulate as well in your game.
Yeah, well, hopefully, try your best every time, and hopefully you get some runs.
And what about off the field? How is he as a captain, a man manager?
Yeah, he's simple, man. Easy to get along with. He does his thing easily in the background, so yeah.
How have you enjoyed your time so far in this West Indies setup?
Well, the guys been very welcoming, and everybody seemed to get along well with new players, and even the guys who were here before, they treat you well, and you can have a conversation with any one of them.
Who is your best friend in the team currently?
Well, before Moti come back, I always playing with Josh. So, yeah, Josh and Jaden and Andy and those guys. Yeah.
And you mentioned spending a lot of time with Moti. How good is it to have a fellow countryman in the team that's around your age and able to assist you?
Yeah, I mean, I've known Moti since on the 15th, so I'm comfortable with him. You get a little partner to go around here and there. Yeah.
And lastly, anything that you want to say to the Maroon fans that have been supporting you since your debut and will continue to support you throughout your career?
Looking to try my best and get some runs and keep supporting. Thanks.
Thanks, Tej.
Welcome. Cheers.
At the age of 19, I was probably sitting on my couch watching TV. At 19, a young man next to me has a chance to make his first class debut. Kevin Wickham, how are you feeling at that possibility?
I'm feeling really good. Representing my national senior team at the age of 19, I really feel it's a very good achievement because not much do it.
All right, now obviously a year and just a bit more, you were recovering now from a broken foot. You had a chance then to come in as a replacement for the Under-19 World Cup. You had a chance to play in the Super 50. Did you think that you would be here today 1 year later?
Honestly, if I'm being honest with myself, no. But the hard work and the dedication to my physio, Miss King, I really feel that she played a real good part in terms of me getting back on my feet and being back out here.
Getting back on your feet, literally.
Yeah.
But beyond that, you then obviously, like I mentioned, that's with you were with the West Indies Academy. You've been in that setup for some time. Obviously, there have been some stellar former cricketers who are also a part of that Cricket West Indies Academy. What have you been learning coming through that?
Obviously, Coach Coley, he was very open to the boys, I must really say. He was really, really kind to us, really open, willing to hear what we have to say. And he wasn't really about changing up much of our game. He was just about bettering our game. So I really feel like the academy really helped me in terms of knowing my plans and knowing what I want to do, because the coaches go based on what I want to do. They would just assist in terms of the little things that need to be adjusted. So I really feel like the academy is a very good thing for the youngsters.
I know in that you mentioned talking about your plans and what's not. Obviously, the start of the year, the start of the cricketing year, what are you hoping to achieve this year for yourself?
Obviously, coming out to last year, I had a very good right ball season coming on to the end. So my confidence are very much high in terms of playing first class. So I really think that once I get the opportunity, I grab it with both hands and do Barbados Pro.
Well, we certainly hope that you could get that opportunity, but all the best.
Cheers.
Alongside me, Shane Dowrich, captain of the Barbados Pride for this West Indies Championship. Shane, how are you feeling ahead of the tournament right now?
I'm pretty excited going into this first game. I have a pretty young side in terms of experience, and the guys are really looking forward to getting out there on Wednesday.
You mentioned having a fairly young side. Obviously, the likes of Craig Brathwaite, Kemar Roach, who actually has the most test wickets here as well. You know, how have you guys been preparing knowing that you don't have that experience in your side?
I think those are some big books to fill that you just called, but at the end of the day, it's a great opportunity for a lot of these youngsters to showcase their talent and their skills. We've been doing a lot of preparation before we got here. We had a couple of games at the Oval, and they gave a good account of themselves in those games, and we're just looking forward to playing on Wednesday.
All right, let's take things now to the personal aspect for you. Where are you at mentally? Because you know you've had a break from cricket. You played some first class cricket last season. This is going to be the second time around that you're back into the first class season again. Where are you at mentally right now?
I'm in a very good place, actually, just enjoying cricket and just playing and trying to be the best I can be.
And then finally, Shane, obviously you always want to set personal targets for yourself. What are you looking at for yourself? Obviously there's 2 matches before you have that break. What are you aiming for right now?
For me, it's just to be as consistent as possible and help the team do as well as they can. For me, batting, I've been in good form lately. Had a good run in the games back home, and just looking to be consistent and play good cricket.
Well, you're going to be flipping the toss there as a captain. All the best for this season, Shane.
Thank you.
Now at the moment, Veersamy Pramal, 500 first-class wickets for Guyana. Pramal, that is excellent going. I'm sure you must be delighted to reach that milestone.
Yeah, first of all, I want to give God praise and thanks for achieving this milestone. I also want to dedicate this milestone to my parents, father and late mother, for the sacrifice they have done for me over the years. I'm very happy to achieve this milestone. Playing for Guyana over the years, being one of the most consistent performer over the years, and I'm very happy to achieve this milestone. Having said that, I don't think anyone in Guyana have achieved this milestone. Probably I'm the first and privileged to represent Guyana and achieve this milestone.
And you are the first, and so I guess hopefully there'll be more to come. But a bit on you. I mean, you remember when you started playing for Guyana, that first match so long ago?
Yeah, I actually started in Grenada. I think the ground was I can't remember the ground, but I know it was in Grenada. I think Narsingh Dinner was a captain. I think I was 17, and that was my first against Windward. And I got 4 wickets in the match, but it was a rain-out game. It ended up in a draw. I started cricket actually at Albion Community Centre Cricket Club. There was like the likes of Narsin, Ryan Senior, and Chattagoon as senior players. I also want to thank Mr. Beeman Walters, who has been there from the inception of starting my cricket career until now.
And 17 years old, obviously great ambition, coming into the team representing your country. That must have been a dream.
Yeah, it's always a privilege to represent the country. I never dreamed of getting 500 first last wicket for my country. Like I said, I want to thank God for this, because I never thought it would have been this way, but God knows the best.
And any milestones in between 1 and 500, if it's 502 now, any milestones, performances that you remember that that you carry with you everywhere you go?
The first last wicket and the 500.
You remember the first one?
Yeah, it was Devon Smith.
Oh yeah.
Taking the second ball in starting first last career, and Joshua De Silva the 500 for Guyana was against his hard in this match here.
And 500 for career was Josh.
Yeah.
Now, the game has changed a lot between your first wicket and now your 500. What are some of the things that you enjoy still doing, when playing for Guyana? It was Guyana then, and it was Guyana Jaguars, now it's Guyana Harpy Eagles. What are some of the things that you enjoy the most throughout that journey?
Yeah, I like for the cricket. It tests your patience, fitness, concentration, and like we always stress in meetings that the importance of this format of the game is patience. And over the years, you see that once if a batsman or a bowler be patient in the Caribbean, you always reap success.
And you bowled 20,000 balls in that time, so you would know the benefit of patience. And they tell me that you're close now to Nikita Miller. That his record is now in danger because you still got some time left. Is that something that you want to chase down, Miller's record, or you just want to see Guyana do good and win?
Well, actually, I think I am too far away from Nikita Miller. There is one at the goal, and the goal is the goal is to see Guyana retain back this 40 title.
And you would have been there over the years when Guyana won under Johnson, so you would taste his success. But what was those years like?
Well, I started when we was being beaten a lot, and then by playing the cricket again experience, then we win it 5 years straight, and I think that experience now this is passed on to the younger player now, and the most important thing is enjoying the cricket. Once you enjoy the cricket, everything will fall into place.
And we can ask you, your main partner at the other end, Bishu. You and Bishu would have won a lot of matches for Guyana together. He bowling leg breaks, you bowling left arm. Tell us a little bit about that journey with Bishu as well, in terms of as you said, winning those 5 consecutive for Guyana.
Yeah, well, Bishu and I started at Albion Community Centre. We played club cricket together. Eventually, we played senior cricket together. It's because I think I know him, he know me. We grew up together. We know each other very well. It's always a privilege to play with Bishu. Pick up over 100 test wickets, and it isn't easy in the Caribbean for a spinner to pick up over 100 test wickets. I think probably Bishu and probably a couple all-rounder have gotten that. It's a privilege. I enjoy playing with Bishu. Leg spinner I contain one end, he attack the next end, and it worked both in partnership.
Tej, firstly, I want to ask you, what was the feeling like receiving your test cap from Brian Lara?
Well, it's a special feeling, receiving your cap, and from the legend himself, it's even better.
What did he say when he handed you that cap?
He said he was there when my dad made his debut, and he think he would be proud right now watching on the game and seeing me receive my cap.
And just as you mentioned your dad, coming through the system, how did you deal with the pressure of being Shiv's son?
But it's something people always talk about, so I just try and be myself. I can't be him. I could only do what I can do, and yeah, be me.
In terms of your batting style, a lot of people say that you're similar, you take your time. Is that his influence shining through, or is that just something you developed throughout your career?
Yeah, well, I started training with my granddad when I was little, so he always the kind of guy, he just instilling you, don't give your wicket away, and you could only get runs in the middle, that kind of stuff, so yeah. I think it started with my granddad.
And I know that you've done a bit of training with your dad as well. Is that the same type of idea that he tries to instill in you, or what is his coaching style?
Yeah, well, since he came, well, he was living in the US a bit, and then in Guyana. Well, now he's back in the US, but at the time when he was in Guyana, we would train together, so yeah, basically some of his teaching and batting style kind of rub off a bit.
Was cricket always your first choice, or have you ever thought about doing anything else for a living?
Yeah, well, I guess like playing youth cricket, and yeah, from playing youth cricket I thought about, cricket, yeah. Never really anything much else.
So if Tejran Shandapal wasn't a professional cricketer, what would you be doing today?
I really don't know. I haven't given it much thought.
Well, good. We hope you don't have to give it much thought.
Fingers crossed.
In Test cricket, do you have any goals for this upcoming year?
I try and take it one game at a time. Every time I go out and bat.
Welcome back to the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. First ball after lunch from Niall Smith, attacking the Jonathan Drakes to complete the Niall Smith's third over. And Joel, did you have a good lunch? Barbados 11 for 2.
Oh, yes, indeed. Another day of lovely Antiguan food. The fish was absolutely delightful. And I'm hoping that the contest on show here at hand here is just as delightful as the lunch that I had.
So the stage is set, and is either there are three possibilities: a Barbados victory, a Ghana victory, or a drawn game. In fact, it could be four. Can have a tie.
If we have a tie here today, I will jump wrong on one leg until we start the second round.
Just never know what could be happening. Barbados require 267 more runs. But the Ghana Happy Eagles, their tail is up. And the man Shamar Joseph working up some steam, saying now to bow to Brooks. And he maybe just needs to get that ball down more or less the fourth stump line. He's just trying too hard. And I just think he just needs to bowl a little fuller length, really. Somebody needs to just tell him, listen, just attack the stumps. I like when he's attacking the stumps. That's when he's most dangerous. And when the ball, you just remember, how did I get McCaskey? Because I was attacking the stumps. That's what he has to go back to. Joseph, very early, to Brooks, who's one, into both to Brooks down the onside. And just for a moment, he thought about going up, but it was way past Brooks. He didn't get any touch onto it. And Anthony Bramble skipping across nicely.
Probably overcompensating a bit too much on that particular occasion. But all he has to know is that the conditions are still in his favor. Still slightly overcast here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. Wind still nice and high.
3 slips of gully, backward point. Down the inside again. Why is he pushing the ball? He just, Shamar Brooks, just attack the stumps. Just line up the ball and bowl wicket to wicket. And it's just, that's why you can't lose your chain of thought. Sometimes I feel that fast bowlers almost want to do something, or the captains want you to try something as different. You're a bowler, you got a ball in your hand, look at the stumps. This is just the 7th over. So you got to make the batsman play. Just keep coming. That's what you have to do. Loses his rhythm. Just think that he just needs to relax himself. Runs with beaten. He's giving him some words of encouragement.
Still a lot of time left in this match. Obviously, Guyana Harpy Eagles will know that early wickets are key because they will need that time to bowl out the Barbados Pride.
See, that looks good, but that's not worrying Brooks. You know, he's got to attack the stumps. If he attacks the stumps, then Brooks is in a worry. You know, Brooks could do that all day.
Oh, that one probably a little closer than we first thought. Yes. Some sharp inward movement there into Brooks. And it's really all about the conditions here. I think that if Guyana Harpy Eagles are able to use these conditions here right now, at the moment, I'd say probably another 30 minutes or so of this overcast.
It's much better. Got to make the batsman play. That's what you want to see. He's got good pace, and he's shown he got McCaskey leg before. So if he rushes Brooks early, especially in his early part of his innings, the first 10, 15 minutes of innings after lunch, Brooks doesn't get into a groove straight away. He tends to get himself organized. You've got to keep attacking the stumps. Anywhere between middle and off. That's what he has to be thinking about. Force Brooks to play. Joseph into Brooks. That's really nothing. Made no over in the end. And for me, it looks good, but I want to see the bowlers attacking the stumps 11 for 2.
I also want to see him just get it a bit fuller as well. I think that length will be key very early on. The ball is still new, just 7 overs. With this type of movement, if you get that ball a bit fuller, get the batters thinking about that drive. I know at this stage a lot of them are probably not thinking, or rather both of them not thinking about striding out and getting a big stride and driving that ball. If you could put that thought though in their head, get that ball just a bit fuller with the movement on hand, it is definitely going to be problems.
I want to see Niall Smith almost adopt the same method that you were talking about, Joel. Smith into bowl to Drakes. Drakes gets a short ball. Anybody can play a short ball. I want to see Niall Smith really rush the stumps. Leave the short ball as a surprise for him. One of the things I find about Jonathan Drakes is that he squares up. He's going to have to be careful. He's going to have to stay side on to the ball. That's going to be very important, especially when you're facing a quick bowler like this. Brooks has just come down and says, listen, this guy is sharp. These two guys are sharp. You got to be on your game. You need to lift your game now. This is not Barbados, where we play club cricket. You're playing for Barbados, the champions. Drakes waits for Smith in now. Bow to him. Short ball. Anybody can play that. Come on, Niall Smith. Attack the stumps. He sees that from like a mile away.
Yeah, once again, I want to talk about that length. It is really about that length, especially like I mentioned, the fact that with the overcast skies, these overhead conditions, the ball is swinging beautifully. Give it that chance to swing. Get it a lot fuller. Encourage Jonathan Drakes to come forward. Anything that is that short is wasted in my mind, even though they have that man back pad, even though they had the man behind just there at a leg gully almost.
Smith into Drakes. Up goes to Drake. Short ball again. You think Niall Smith remember how he got his first wicket?
I'm not too certain, given that he's coming. But I mean, I could understand if you're telling me that this is their plan. Fair enough. If this is their plan, then he's sticking to their plan. Do I want them to change their plan? Yes. But if this is their plan, then fair enough. But like I said, given what I can see outside, I think he's better served, especially there with 3 slips in a gully. Getting that ball up is about that length for me. Get it up there. Let the ball do something and see what happens after that.
You have to get early wickets within your ball. You've got 2, you can get 2 more. You can maybe get 3 down the onside. And Niall Smith, his radar is certainly off. And he needs to get himself going again. He just has to remember, how did I get Mosley? What length did I bowl that ball? It was just about in between the 4 meter length, 2 meters length, where Mosley had to come. Young Drake's is on debut. So you just have to understand, you just put it into that area, he's going to grope at it, or he's going to maybe push it down the ground, like he has already done for a boundary. Drake settles, he's 4 from 19. Niall Smith into bowl to Drake's, pitched up, he's tucking the stumps, no ball. So he's with him. Don't know if he's got a bug from our good friend Kean Hardin. Must have. But Kean Hardin in the first innings, 15 no balls, 9 wides, and in the second innings, 5 no balls, 20 wides. The bug maybe just continuing here with Niall Smith, 2 already in this innings. Overcompensating. 3 slips, a gully, a back pad, man behind square more or less into a leg slip, mid on, mid off. Smith into both to Drake's. This is just irresponsible bowling here by Niall Smith. And Johnson is going to come to have a word with him. It's really, the thing about it is that there's nothing. You put that extra effort to bowl those short balls to a young man. Barbadian players normally play fast bowling very well. And so you have to be mindful about that. And if you're not going to make him play, then that's almost like a wasted delivery. And so far, Niall Smith's over has just been wasted. 12 for 2. They require 266. He bounds away into bowl to Drake's. And Drake's lucky to there. He got back into that out of raced away for 4. Over completed. And he might maybe just go back down on the boundary and look back at that and says, maybe Mr. Springer might be right. So too might be Joel.
No, just interesting. Like I said, I wonder if that is the plan. Like, if that is the plan, then fair enough. He's bowling to it. That is what his captain is asked to do, then fair enough. But I think, once again, he's better served getting that ball up there. If it is going to be short, it also has to be accurate. And that's what he's missed out on as well, Nell Smith. Just before we had that rain break, which brought on the lunch, Shamar Joseph gave 2 sharp ones to Jonathan Drakes. Those were accurate. I can accept that. But other than that, get the ball up there, let it swing.
Joseph again starts down that 4th stump line. Got a ball between wicket and wicket. And see Leon Johnson trying to put a man out of the deep backward square boundary. I feel is wasted. Because you're now asking Shamar Joseph now to come and bowl short.
It's not just that. I'm just not sure that at this stage Shamar Brooks will be looking to pull those deliveries either. And there we can see it just ducking comfortably under them. Given the match situation, the stage that we're at, Barbados Pride at 12 for 2. I don't think that Shamar Brooks is looking to play too many shots here. And as such, I don't think that short ball ploy, especially the 2 men here at a deep backward square and a man at a wideish fine leg, truly come into play as possible wicket-taking options.
But I think you have to also understand how Guyana have got their first 2 wickets. That is a misconception that has me very bemused here. They've certainly gone off track. And if you understand cricket, you look at the conditions, you know that you have to bowl a fuller length here. It'll be interesting to see Beaton, when he gets the ball, what sort of line he will bowl. Because, sorry that I didn't have our scorer in the room here with us, but if we're doing our own analysis, we can count how many balls really have not been played by the Barbadian batsmen, especially Drakes and Brooks. Short ball. punched away for a boundary. Because once you put that man out in the deep backward square boundary, then you're asking Joseph to bowl short. Really, and not try and bowl a fuller length to Brooks. Boundary, in the meantime. Brooks goes to 5, score goes to 16, and Jonathan Drake's on 4.
Shamar Brooks certainly will not miss out on one like that. It was short, but he didn't get it in any real manner. Wide as well, just had to get bat onto it, and easily handled by Shamar Brooks.
Here is a straight drive down the ground. Permal will have some work. If they want, they can get 3, but I think they've decided to settle for 2. Brooks goes to 7, score goes to 18 for 2. Win over number 9 with a new ball.
See, on that particular occasion, I don't mind that. I don't mind having Shamar Brooks play straight back down the ground, because at this stage, I don't think that he's really going to get in a big stride. And like I said, any bit of movement around there could cause problems. So I don't mind seeing that. I don't think the Guyana Harpy Eagles should mind seeing that either.
Brooks is back. That ball didn't get up. Brentford Beaton will have to run again. And he gets comfortable 2 runs there. Brooks again. Ball sort of kept a little low, and there was no pace really. So 8 runs coming out of the Joseph over. 1 for 12 at the end of 5 for him. Niles Smith 1 for 7 from 4. Barbados moving around nicely, 20 for 2. Maybe the Guyana Harpy Eagles had a heavy lunch.
I don't know, but it's just been interesting how they've gone about this start after lunch, especially given how they went about those couple overs before we had that rain break. It appears as if they've gone to short ball tactics on a surface that is quite flat and dead. I'm not too sure how many wickets. In my mind, I could probably count about 2 or 3 that we've had across these 4 days that have fallen to short balls. So it's interesting that that's the approach. As a surprise delivery, fair, but
if you're going to bowl a bumper, dead ball signal here by umpire Carl Tuckett as Niles Smith stumbled through the crease there. You have been told, as a coach, you tell your fast bowlers, if you're going to bowl a bumper, it's an effort ball, it has to be at the badge. And so it really makes no sense just to bang the ball in just because you want to bang the ball in. When you're going to bowl a short ball, you've got to be thinking seriously that you want to get a wicket. It has to be a wicket ball, and you're looking for that badge. Niles Smith, 20 for 2. Bang on target to Drakes. Again, Drakes, no real major movement from the crease.
I still want to see him get that ball a bit fuller. Just a touch fuller. Bring him forward. See what happens from there.
Here goes Niles Smith as he bungs away. In. Ball to. And he's dropped. I can't believe that. Am I seeing right, Joel?
We're about to get that one to replay now. Banged into the surface. Spoons off the back part of the bat. And obviously with that helmet on is a bit difficult to arch that neck up and look up. You'd have to call it a chance.
It is a chance.
You'd have to call it a chance. A difficult one, but you have to call it a chance.
So it's a ploy that they've been working on. Brooks comes into strike. In the meantime, Drakes goes to 5. And it seems to be a tactic that they're going to try and see if they can bounce out Brooks and Drakes. Smith into bowl to Brooks. Easy pace delivery. I think sometimes bowlers don't like to see that. the maker's name, so they prefer to maybe bowl a bumper. I think Drakes will have to be very careful. Jonathan Drakes is right footed. He has to trigger movement. He has to be a little bit more quicker. That sort of rushed onto him, and he almost gave almost lobbed up into the air. It just went over the back pad, just behind him. Lucky to get away with it. Fielder got a hand to it, but couldn't hold on. Smith into Brooks, moving across down the onside. And every time he goes across, Smith tries to angle the ball, looking for the leg stump area. The trigger movement is very early by Shamar Brooks. Let me just look and see if Brooks is batting maybe off stump or middle and off. Looks like middle from the markings, but his trigger movement, he goes across his off stump, more or less. Let's quietly look at it. 21 for 2 on the screen. They require 257. Smith. And he almost has two movements. He gets his right foot and then he moves it again. There, getting in line to the short ball, covering that line of the off stump.
Yeah, do you think at this stage, Jonathan Drakes probably might want to take a page from the book of Shamar Brooks in terms of how he's handling the shorter stuff? Not necessarily looking to take it on, and especially at a stage like this where runs are not truly in the equation just yet. It's really about time. At this point in time, it's about batting time, batting Guyana to a position whereby they're almost out of this game.
Umpire Carl Tuckett. Focus. Again, going down the onside. Ball dying before it got to Anthony Bramble. Came around. Over completed. 1 run off the over. Score at the end of 10. 21 for 2.
Still quite some time left in this match. As I was mentioning before, as we now see a change from that Sir Andy Roberts end, it's going to be Ronsford Beaton who's going to be brought into the attack now. But as I was saying, it's still some time left here, and for Barbados Pride, it is really about session by session. So it's about, you don't came back out from lunch. You're going to have about another hour and 30 minutes or so towards that tea break. It's about ensuring that this pair gets them to that tea break. Everything else after that is gravy, as they would say. Everything else after that, you can deal with that afterwards. But batting time, it's not so much about the runs in this particular moment for the Barbados Pride. It's about batting time.
Maybe like to see maybe Versambi Pomol coming into the attack. Here is a delivery which is helped around. Niall Smith won't get there 4 runs. So the disease continues because Beaton starts with a short ball and a good little paddle around by Jonathan Drake. So give him some confidence, getting his self going here. Second boundary, and that's a poor delivery by Ransford Beaton.
One thing it didn't have was the pace that Niall Smith had a couple deliveries ago. He also didn't get up that high, but still handled well by Jonathan Drakes. That now takes him up to 9.
25 for 2, the latest score here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. It's the final day of the all-encounter first round 4-day. Here is a delivery. He played inside the line. 3 slips and a gully. A backward point waiting. Bat pad. Mid-on, mid-off. I think Leon Johnson has to get his trump card into the attack very early. And that trump card has to be for Sammy Pomol. Because Pomol for sure will certainly be going bowling wicket to wicket. Here is a look at nudge into the short mid-wicket area, getting a quiet single. In the end, score goes up to 26. It now brings Shamar Brooks into strike. Drake's 10. Barbados require 252.
Well, it looks as if things might change slightly in terms of the tactics here for Ronsford Beaton. Bowling to Shamar Brooks. The man who comes to short cover position.
Down the onside again. Beaton. Beaton looks a little flat. He's coming up there, the exertion and the effort, he's maybe expecting to get a faster track, but this is day 4 of this track. And what he has to understand is that he has to cut his run, and he has to bowl more cutters on this track with the atmosphere here surfing around. He's got to bowl a fuller length. I think sometimes when you're accustomed of banging in the ball short, then you just think like that is the norm. Ken pushing the ball outside the line of the off stump.
It's that man that they've now put at cover. Obviously, to my mind, I'm telling myself that they're thinking that if they get it a bit fuller, they can encourage that drive from Shamar Brooks. So what it will have to be, though, is a lot tighter on that off stump line if you are going to encourage that drive from Shamar Brooks. Anything that wide, I can almost guarantee you he will not be going at.
Good judgment. Strange enough, it was the end of that over number 11, 26 for 2. Nothing has really kept low here so far. It's just been almost as if we're batting on the road, and the main road here to the stadium.
And hence why I was so surprised that 14 wickets fell in yesterday's play. Because once we looked at that surface, we said it was going to get better for batting on day 2 into day 3. I don't think that it should have set up in this manner. Obviously, we're here today because of the shot selection and the decision making that happened over the course of day 3. But this surface is ideal for batting.
Don't remind me. I'm still in my memory awe, looking at even the Shandapal dismissal and even the Leon Johnson's dismissal.
Well, your call for Versami Pramal has been answered, as he's now been introduced to the attack.
And you did call for Pramal before lunch, and one of the things that you were suggesting is that maybe Johnson could have looked at pressuring young Drakes, but he gets an opportunity now. And over the years, if you follow regional cricket, the Barbadian batsmen, they don't play left-arm spin very well at all. And Leon Johnson will be looking to try to put some pressure on the young man. Silly point, short leg, bat pad, leg slip, and the slip. So 4 fielders around the bat. Here is Drakes, more or less looking to play around a ball. He's going to have to be careful. He has to make that adjustment in his approach to the left-arm spinner in terms of his stance. To get a little bit more square on. He's coming quietly forward. Didn't play that too positively enough, and he can't go hard at the ball because there's going to be a lot of chirping in his ear. So he has to relax, block out the noise. It's a good test for him. He's on debut. The veteran for Sammy Pramal. He's got over 300 wickets at this level, which is the professional level, but overall 500. So that's a big figure for a young man.
Definitely indeed, and it speaks to the caliber and class of the bowler.
Wide delivery, you see? Drakes now, that wide delivery, you got to put that away. You got to set to Pramal, he doesn't get away with that. That was wide enough, you. Flat bat that, down the backward point for 4. Got to look to score. Can't just about survival. Comes quietly forward. Because one might just hit your glove and come off, and then you're there crying to Joel to say, oh my, if I knew. Pramal, get the ball to skid on, so Drakes is going to have to be careful. So he starts with a maiden, 26 for 2. And Drake's 10, Brooks 9.
I like how Jonathan Drake's negotiated that Pramal over on this particular occasion. I was calling for him before that lunch and before that rain. But obviously, I believe that rain would have impacted on the plans that the Guyana Harpy Eagles had. But at that stage, Jonathan Drake's hadn't faced many deliveries, and to my mind, it would have been a perfect opportunity to keep that pressure on. However, in facing Pramal here, he started off, I think, having batted about 27 deliveries before facing that Pramal over. He's been in for some time. The nerves that he would have had when he came in on the first innings on debut aren't there, as we see some donkeys now there. I've learned that there's a donkey sanctuary here in Antigua. I'm not too sure if there are any more around the Caribbean. I certainly know there are none in Barbados. But I was saying that I think that it was a lot better there from Jonathan Drake's.
Brooks waits for Beaton, leaves alone. He's not enticed to even look to play that to offer anything to the three slips or the gully or the backward point behind him. Should include the keeper. Beaton just doesn't look himself. Maybe needs some fire. He's talking to himself. He doesn't look relaxed. Maybe the ball is not coming out right. He turns from the sun to Roberts' end. Bongs away. To both to Brooks. Brooks is just working this into the mid-on area. Pramal is off the field, maybe getting some treatment. Nashman Ned, young West Indies under 19 player, an emerging player. He's had some travels around. He was with the Leeward Islands Hurricanes for Super 50 a couple of years ago. With the West Indies the team. Yes, did he play? Yes, he played for that team that won the Super 50 also, Ned. That's where we snapped him up from. Certainly worked on his fitness. Could leave. Maybe on hindsight, when the management team look at their selection, they maybe might have been thinking, maybe we should have played Ned in this game.
I was actually wondering if they would have taken that risk, getting another left-arm spinner in here. I'm certainly impressed with how young Ashmead Ned has come through the ranks. He's certainly started to learn a lot more about his craft and his art and his showing, and I'm excited at how far the young man can go.
Father and son combination, his dad, assistant coach here. I saw him in the Super 50 for the academy team. It's a different competition. I want to see how his improvement has gone now in the red ball setup. I think he will play simply because Guyana don't have a lot of players over. Well, when Moti comes back, he might be on the bench and maybe not given an opportunity there. So that's another discussion going forward. But you never know. They might play three leg spinners. Stylishly going in confident here is Jonathan Drakes as he defends a good length delivery. The body language of Ransford Beaton is my major concern, because Captain Leon Johnson, he might want to attack from one end with spin and then rotate the seamers around based on the conditions that are lurking around here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. Here goes Beaton. That one squaring up Jonathan Drakes and just sliding down to the third slip feeler in Savory. And over comes to an end. Over number 13. So Sammy Pramal comes back on. Ned goes off. And he comes straight away to bowl his second over of the innings. He's going to have to bowl at least about 30 today, if the game goes that far.
Have you ever hiked to the top of one of those hills there, Vernon?
Not yet. Not yet. You know, hiking after the COVID has become a big thing in Antigua and Barbuda. Um, I could tell you the fitness level of the population went to a. But since we've gone outside, I don't think it is that popular. But there's still people who are hiking and going on the trails and moving around. But during COVID, I said to you, there was an increase almost every day. There was some activities taking place.
Well, there's going to be Versami Pramal to continue. And I
That's
don't think that he realized that his first slip was not in position as yet.
No, he didn't. Sammy Pamal is apologizing to umpire Carl Tuckett. All he knew that he was just coming into bowl. And Leon Johnson always takes his time, to just make sure he gets the pieces right. Is drive in, big save by Smith at mid-off. Tumbling save.
Definitely an important save as well, because obviously Versami Pramal will want to bowl the bulk of the deliveries at John Drakes. That's not to say that he can't get Shamar Brooks, but just from a mental game perspective, he wants to get as many balls as he can at Jonathan Drake. See if he can get him to make another mistake similar to that of the first innings.
Brooks, in the meantime, would have picked up a single. Drakes coming quietly forward. He's going to have to be careful to cover the line of the off stump. I thought he just went there. When you're playing the spinner, you got to make sure that you're into that area there. Don't get worried by the silly point, and you got to stay low to the ball. So this is going to be a good test for him. Just want to see Sammy just get it up there, just above his eye line. Make him think about it. Make him dance. Let's see if he can dance. He's a young man. He's on debut. Yes, that's the area. Lunging forward. And I think Sammy's going to bring the skidder now. Flatter and the faster one, more round arm. Might maybe just trap him on the crease. Try and bowl the arm ball. Comes forward. Quicker, faster. Would have been interesting to see Ned from the next end. Really?
Certainly would have been an intriguing prospect, that.
Yeah, now we're looking at it. 28 for 2. Ooh. Trix is going to have to be careful. Latest score here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. Barbados Sprite, 28 for 2 over number 14, completed.
John Hendricks is certainly looking a lot more confident in this innings. The way he's leaving the ball, the fact that he's trusting his defense, something that he did not do in that first innings. Because I think that if he was trusting his defense, he wouldn't have gone for that sweep shot that he did against Versami Pramal in that first innings. I actually put it down to nerves. I put that shot down to nerves. Being or not, facing up to a bowler of the caliber of Versami Pramal, 2 men around the bat, I put that particular shot down to nerves. But today he's displaying something just a bit more different, and he's been confident in how he's gone at the ball.
Beaten to Brooks. There was an effort ball there from Beaton. Getting the ball to dart around quickly.
This is what they call that oohs and ahs cricket. But unfortunately, it doesn't bring a wicket. I'm still thinking that there's still some movement on offer. The ball is still relatively new at 14.1 overs. I just think that Guyana Harpy Eagles have missed a slight trick coming back out after lunch.
Barbados need 250. A miss there from Anthony Bramble. Giving away a bye. Concentration level not unsung there at all. Anthony Bramble. Score in the meantime goes to 29 for 2.
One thing that I can tell you is that they're certainly still in high spirits. And obviously when you're looking at 29 for 2, you would be. Because you know that the balance probably is more so in your side in terms of the result.
Jamaica 66 for 2. We need another further 201 runs. Thomas and Morrison at the crease. Louis and Barrage have been the wicket takers. Sheena Barrage 1 for 47. So, Lugs again. Caught Hamilton Bowl Barrage 7 and Kirk McKenzie. Caught Hamilton Bowl Louis for 28. Interesting contest. The Coolidge Cricket Ground. And even more interesting here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. As Ransford Beaton is in now to bowl to Drake's. Another wasted delivery. I think Guyana after lunch have just missed a trick.
Oh, they certainly
Yeah.
have. They certainly have. And these short deliveries are telegraphed in the sense that you know they're coming because it's all that they're bowling. Like I would have mentioned, if you go to that as your backup quote-unquote surprise tactic, it certainly could have been a lot more effective than it has been so far.
Ransford Beaton. It's beginning to question whether you needed Beaton in this game or not, based on how he's bowling. Because he's really not made an impact. So Ned on this track here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium might have been a better option when we look at the context of the game.
Oh, when we look back at that first innings, he didn't take any wickets. What I can say is that he did start well in terms of being in those good areas that we would expect from a fast bowler.
Somebody's talking about pace. I wonder which game they're looking at.
A lot of chit and chat going on.
Yeah, but
Out
uncomfortable means that the batsman has to play the ball. If the batsman is leaving the ball every day, then there's no one is uncomfortable. 20 for 2. Ransford Beaton to the young Jonathan Drakeson debut. And he comes stylishly back and across and defending nicely to a good length delivery. So the issue here is Barbados maybe just remaining focused and being disciplined. But I will say to you, outside of Versame Pamal, the Guyana Happy Eagles seamers, they've been very irresponsible and have really not come back after lunch with a plan.
Honestly, it really will be about discipline for these Pride batters. It is also a prime opportunity, especially for someone the likes of Jonathan Drakes, to just take time, spend time at the crease and get some runs under as well. Given the match situation, given how things have shaped up for them, this is an ideal scenario for him to come not out at the end of the day, probably somewhere around 60 or 70.
Pamal to Brooks. And Brooks is coming half forward. Not right out, just more or less in a standing up position, but with soft hands, it just died down to Leon Johnson at first slip. He's going to have to get a bigger stride out. He's just paddling this one around. Looks like it is Machu Nandu, smallest fielder on the park, maybe in the game. He might be the same height as Dorish. What do you think?
Nah, definitely shorter than Dowrich.
He is?
Definitely shorter.
No, I bet you a sugar cake on that one.
Nah, I don't eat sugar cakes. I'll give you it back, but definitely shorter than Dowrich.
We'll have to match them up and see what happens. 30 for 2. Pomol misses his run. That ball signaled by umpire Carl Tuckett. Overcast in Antigua and Barbuda. Just hiding the sun. Just for a moment, it's an inclination as if Drake's wanted to go. And this is why I just think that Pomol is going to be crafty. Just get it above his eye line. Give him something to think about. Put a little spin on it. Make him dance. Let's see if he can dance. Flighted. Back on target. Back on the cross and playing that one. It was just a little bit too full of a length. Brooks recognizes something and comes down to say, be careful. He's setting you up.
Not just that, but kind of breaking that rhythm for Pomol, because obviously Pomol is looking to string one delivery after the other, build that pressure. By taking another 5-10 seconds out of it, you break that rhythm a bit, let Jonathan Drakes resettle and come again. For Drakes right now is about trusting his defense. It is as simple as that. Trusting your defense, knowing that you do not have to play that release shot, that rash shot, unless obviously the delivery is there in terms of it being rank short and wide or something of that nature. But other than that, trust your defense. You've gotten this far, you can do it.
2 slips, a bat pad, silly point, and a leg slip. Vasami Pomol into bow to Drakes. Drakes comes quietly forward.
That's it. Trusting that defense. He's very confident in how he came forward there, and that was what was not there in the 3 deliveries that he faced in that first innings.
Get it up above his eye line. Flight it. Let him see it. Tease him. Short. Back, and he can't put that one away. Cut off by Ransford Beaton in the end. So made no 1 run came off the over. Vasami Pomol. I'm being generous to Vasami. 30 for 2. Quiet times here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium.
Quiet times, but quiet times is good for Barbados, given how things got started for them. They will appreciate this particular passage of play. I know that the longer they stay out there, the more they swing the balance towards the draw, the more they frustrate Guyana Harpy Eagles, who I thought should have declared when the rain first came down this morning. But I can't look back at that, as Ransford Beaton will continue.
248 is the target. Brooks really not interested in targets. He's interested in survival. Slip cordon is being strengthened for Ransford Beaton. Don't know if he deserves all of those slips, but we'll find out. He's now going to bowl to a 7-2 feel. Pretty interesting. He's caught. Brooks goes. That's the big wicket. He was caught on the crease, squared him up, caught at gully, and that hit the right length. Ransford Beaton strikes for the Guyana Harpy Eagles. Brooks walks back a disappointed man.
Well, it's no longer quiet times here at the Vivian Richards Stadium. Ransford Beaton in the dance. That one, a bit more effort behind that. On a good length, Shamar Brooks unable to negotiate it. And a simple catch in the end. And that spells trouble. Wicket number 3 down for Barbados Pride. The score, 30 for 3.
And this is going to be an important context of play, because Nicholas Curtin, who is low on confidence, comes out. He's the acting captain, and you almost have 2. Drakes look good, but we don't know what the approach will be now from Nicholas Curtin.
Honestly, a lot of thoughts have to be running through his mind at this particular stage. You're at a position whereby you need to bat time. But with just 16 overs gone, that ball is still rather new. Still overcast conditions. The ball doing just a bit. And as seen just now, if Guyana Harpy Eagles bowlers can put it in the right areas, there is reward to be had.
I think Curtin is also an LBW candidate. So this will be an interesting 5 set here by Beaton. Let me see what his approach will be. I hope he's not coming to bowl short, but really look to attack the stumps of Curtin.
Well, given the field that they have set, I would tell myself that it wouldn't be short unless it is that surprise delivery.
30 for 3. Action time here. Beaten to Curtin. Right up there. Curtin had to come over that. I said to you, I think he's an LBW candidate. One is that he doesn't stride out to the ball. Because he's got long levers, he tends to swing through the line of the delivery. And so if they get it into that right area, could be interesting.
I don't know if our producer can get us that replay of the Shamar Brooks dismissal again at the end of this over, but it'll be interesting to see if there was any real movement.
I don't think it was
from
movement.
that delivery.
I think he turned him around. It hit the seam, and Brooks squared up. When you're facing swing bowling, you got to stay as very side on to the deliveries. If you look at Curtin's left foot, his left foot is not covering the line of the off stump. He's just more or less just pushing, which leaving that gap open where you can see almost his off stump. If I can get the producer to just break it down so I can show you again while speaking about on the screen. That last delivery that Curtin left, and pay attention to it, Joel, so you see the movement in terms of what I'm talking about. He tends to play around his pads. Beaten into both the Curtin, bang on target. He will play that, but the fuller length delivery is what I want Beaten to come at because he's a tall guy, so he'll play that length delivery. Fair enough. A lot of chatter going on. Bramble has got real vocal now.
They know that they're in the game.
For how long, we don't know. Jonathan Drakes maybe can spoil their party today. Nicholas Curtin maybe can come up with a screamer of an innings. 30 for 3. Beaten into bow to Curtin. Curtin just gets under that. Stuck because he saw that a mile away. It's banged in.
It's 1 for the over. I don't mind that. In the previous instances, it was 3-4 short balls in the over. That is where he had slight issues. But this actually has been a by far better over from Ron Sherbeaton on this particular occasion. Because of it, he was able to pick up that all-important wicket of Shamar Brooks.
1 for 6 is into his 4th over. Here's Curtin playing at a nothing shot there. It's almost like a get-out shot. It's not balanced. 30 for 3. 17 overs bowled. And Barbados are in a survival mood here. Because a couple more wickets, and there could be some pressure.
They're circling in the pot. And the pot is beginning to bubble ever so slightly. Probably on a medium heat now, just not high as yet. But I was talking a lot about that length, making sure that you just get that length maybe just a bit fuller than they were before. Ron Sherbeaton did. And because of that, there was just reward for him. I think that length is extremely important for these seamers here today.
So, pressure mounting on Barbados. 30 for 3 as per Mall. 2 slips go down. Bat pad, silly point, and leg slip. Gets this one away. Down into the vacant fine leg area, and it goes for 4. Wasn't too convincing playing that delivery, but he got on the edge on it nonetheless. Just want to see if Sammy Pomor just give it a little flight. Force him to come out of his crease rather than just defend. If he bowls quick and faster, Drakes has established that he can defend that.
What was actually nice on that occasion, though, was just the use of the feet on that occasion. Something just a little different.
Again, playing spin, you can't go hard at the ball. You need to play with soft hands. Your base has to be low. And you got to be mindful of everything that's around you. Pamal it doesn't really, the natural left-hander that comes from on top. It tends to come from more round arm. So It's something Drakes will have to be mindful about. A bit good experience for him. But he will learn. He'll learn from the greats. He was thinking about coming there. Just want to see for Sammy Pomol. Just put it up, just loop it up into that area there, just above the eye line. Make him come, make him dance. Let's see how good he is. Away from him. And he can do that all day. Pomol working on his craft. One thing Brooks is not Brooks, Drakes is going to have to look out for is the flatter, faster one that tends to skid through. Going away. Good leave. So, drinks. The end of the first hour. Barbados in trouble. 34 for 3. They've lost the very important wicket of one of their accomplished players in Shamar Brooks. Beaton got one to hit the leaning edge, squared him up. Good sharp catch. It was an effort ball, as you said, Joel. We'll take a little break and we'll come back right after. And Company. Or maybe Drakes and Company. You never know. Nicholas Curtin. He's on a pair. So he's under some pressure. The ball moving around here. And if Beaton could maybe just get the ball into the right area, we can have a contest on here. 34 for 3. As the play starts again. Leave. Don't like that leave, Joel. It's not covering his off stump.
The Harpy Eagles certainly sense that something is coming. It certainly will not come with that type of a delivery unless it's a very rash shot from Nicholas Curtin. 3 slips in a gully, waiting, hoping
Here goes Ransford beaten. Over the wicket. The ball to the left-handed Curtin. Going across him again. Doesn't have to play. Maybe setting him up nicely. I think it's because he's not. Curtin is the sort of player who likes bat on the ball. But just have to wait here. .34 for 3. They required 244 runs were beaten into his fifth over, 1 for 6 from the Andy Roberts end. Goes to Curtin again, pushing it outside the line of the off stump. The ball is certainly moving around here. It's also moving around at Coolidge because it's overcast in Antigua and Barbuda. Just needs to just land that into the right area. I think if he can execute that, well, let's bowl in a fuller length. I would love to see the late Malcolm Marshall bowling here today. He would have made that ball talk. It would have been in, out, straight. The bumper would have been the last resort. Oh, that's a good bumper. And Curtin was late on it. He got out of the way. He's a tall guy.
That was already bang on target. It was accurate. Nicholas Curtin having to take evasive action. Like I said, I don't mind it being the surprise delivery. That was a good one. That had something behind it. A bit of pepper, I would have to say.
I think we would consider it. We would take some gas.
No, it's just to finish strong. 2 deliveries left in the over. What does he go to?
Ooh. So he's working up a good spell here. Setting up Curtin too. And what is actually happening is going to be like a guessing game for Nicholas Curtin because he's getting the ball to slant across him. Then he's got a short delivery. So Curtin is going to have to raise his level of awareness, game awareness. Because if I was beaten, I'd be coming for those toes. A good Yorker. Can Beaton find that good delivery? Can he land it into the right area? Right, and Curtin fishing it. There's no movement of the feet, just the hands going. Are you surprised, Joel? That's the way Curtin plays. 34 for 3.
It's just very interesting that he would have decided there to go after that one. Being drawn in to the shot, that ball, absolutely nothing to it. Should have gotten some form of the bottom of the toe onto that. He would have walked back inside and been disappointed, but I don't know why, because he had no reason to play at it. But this is going to be a game of patience. It's gone back to that mental battle for the Barbados pride.
Jamaica 75 for 4. They need another further 193 runs. Cornwall in the dance. So it's Archibald, Louis, Berridge, and Cornwall. Leeward's looking to pile the pressure on over the Jamaica Scorpions. Guyana Harpy Eagles, they also want to get the upper hand over the Barbados Pride. Can it happen? Vasami Permol is moving into a groove here. Just want to see him flight that ball, especially to Drakes. Just give it enough time. Just hang it up there. Drake's under a little pressure. He just has to remember we got him out in the first innings. It was a nice flighted delivery. Here we go. And here's going to be the test now. Drakes gets off strike. And Nicholas Curtin comes into the strike. Let's see what guard he will take. I want to see this. This is going to be interesting. Taking a middle stump guard. And
He opts to come over the wicket. But I like, so far I was saying that Jonathan Drake has been playing Permol with a bit more confidence. Use of the feet there speaks to that as well. And I like that from him.
Permol going to come over the wicket now to Nicholas Curtin. Still more changes taking place from Leon Johnson, making him wait. It's over the wicket, the ball to Curtin. Curtin is out. Curtain goes. What a beauty. He played down the wrong line, and Bramble took a smart one. Barbados in trouble. 35 for 4. Jewel, can't believe it.
The experience of Versami Pramal is showing here. That delivery slowed up, invites Curtin forward. He plays just inside of it. The ball probably just holding its line a bit, takes that edge. And Anthony Bramble accepts what is a relatively easy catch in the end.
In fact, Carl Tucker didn't even have to give him out because he walked, he know he nicked it.
Oh, well, they're staring down the barrel here at 35 for 4, the Barbados Pride. I am not saying that this game is over.
I never said that.
As yet. I didn't mean you in particular, Vernon.
Who you
but
meant then?
It is certainly game on, pressure on, and it's a mental battle. It is about who can stay out there, who can raise their hand, and who can show that they belong at this level. Because you will always find yourself in different situations. It's not every day you'll be on top. It's not every day that you'll be at the bottom. But today, Barbados Pride is at the bottom, and I would like to see if they can dig themselves out of this hole. I don't know if that is smoke in the air, but there's certainly smoke here. Where there's smoke, there is fire. And on fire currently are the Guyana Harpy Eagles.
Shamar Springer is quite capable. He demonstrated in the first innings that he can bat. He's a proper all-arounder. And today, along with Drakes, they'll have to save the Barbados Pride. Pomal in dead ball signal. Just didn't get his rhythm right. Overcast conditions here in Antigua and Barbuda. 2 slips, a bat pad, leg slip, silly point, backward point, cover, mid on, mid off. That's the field placing for Pomal. Stands up straight, Shamar Springer, and defends nicely. 35 for 4.
It's certainly going to be a mountain here for the Barbados Pride to climb to get to the promised land. And not even the promised land in terms of the total, but simply the end of the day's play.
Flight there. He's out caught! Springer plays a poor shot. Pomal strikes. Barbados in trouble. 35 for 5. That is not Shamar Springer. And it's all happening here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. Ryan Hines just opened his eyes and his hands and he's saying, what is happening here?
Well, on this particular occasion, Versami Pomal just hangs this one wide. Invites Shamar Springer to play a shot that, at this stage of the match, I can't understand why. Takes the edge, but it was that loop. It was that invitation. Shamar Springer thought it was a chance to party, but oh my goodness, it's a chance to go back home.
So in the chance to go back home, the Barbados Pride captain finally walks out to bat, Shane Dorish, and he does not look well from the body language, but he will have to save his team today. And the Guyana Harpy Eagles, they're on top here.
Oh, they're certainly on top of the mountain right now, looking down at a potential victory. Shane Dorrich strides out to the crease. He's not been on the field for 2 days now. He's been extremely sick. His body is weak, but how strong is that mind? A test of character here for the Barbados Pride captain, reappearing on the field in a situation that when he left the field, he did not think he would have to be in.
Pomal is going to bowl to Dorish. He misses his run. So anxious. 2 slips, a bat pad, a leg slip, a silly point, a backward point, a cover in beaten, mid off, mid on. Pomal into Dorish, comes quietly forward, tentatively forward, over comes to an end, and what an over it has been. 2 wickets to Versami Pomal, 5 overs, 2 for 7. And the Guyana Harpy Eagles, they're really grinding away at these wickets of the Barbados Pride. A poor shot by Shamar Springer. Playing down the wrong line, Nicholas Curtin. And all of a sudden, the game is thrown open.
Oh, you say it's thrown open. It's been open for some time. I'm saying the door is closing and closing on Barbados Pride. But no, you would have to think that situational awareness was lacking on the part there of Shamar Springer, especially given that you've now come in on the back of Nicholas Curtin being dismissed by Pramod. I understand that the ball was given some air. I understand it was inviting, but you had to leave that one.
Beaten into Drake. Drake gets a short ball. I think Beaton forgot the script.
I think it's a case of being overexcited to see. They picked up 2 quick wickets, or rather 3 quick wickets. All of a sudden, no, that excitement is there. They are bounding in, and the excitement got a bit more of him on that particular occasion.
Got to bowl wicket to wicket. Got to bowl a fuller length. The ball is still relatively new. Some 20 overs there. Got to make the ball talk. Come on, Beaton. You've been around this cricket for some time. Lift your game. Dropped. Loose shot there by Drakes. And the chatter has just gone to, and you have to take those at this level. Sinclair dropping a sitter. You have to catch those. He was wide, it came to him, catchable height, and burst through his hands. You have to take those at this level. That would have been 37 for 6.
It was definitely at a good height for him. Hands reversed. Should have been a case of in, and throw it up in the air, and start that Harpy Eagles dance again instead. Ronsford Beaton must walk back to his mark.
Jonathan Drakes bat away from his body there, slashed hard, and Sinclair put down a sitter. Beaten into both of Drakes. Drakes is just looking to just quietly turn this one around, and Dorish was struggling to get there.
I did say the body is weak, and I'm not joking when I say that. That young man has been sick for the last 2 days, and extremely sick at that, and hence why I questioned how strong is the mind, because this is going to be a test of character, and only his mind will get him through, because his body simply does not want to be out there. But he knows that he needs to be out there for the Barbados Pride. They need him in this very moment.
38 for 5. Dorish facing his second delivery. First from Beaton. Beaton into both to Dorish. Dorish is caught! Johnson takes the catch. Dorish goes for naught. Beaton strikes. Barbados in trouble, 38 for 6. It's all crumbling here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. Low catch. And Johnson said, thank you very much. Goodbye.
Well, things have gone from bad to worse. Leon Johnson just accepting an easy one there off the outer edge of Shane Dowrich. Ronsford Beaton finding that good length there. Again, just a slight bit of movement away from Dowrich, taking the hands again away from the body. And oh my goodness, from bad to worse, somebody might need to call the hearse.
38 for 6. Barbados require 240 runs. Ghana Harpy Eagles, they need 4 more wickets. They could have maybe had 3 because Kevin Sinclair dropped a sitter off of Jonathan Drakes on 15.
Well, it's that stage of the day where you must say, well, well, well. When we started yesterday, this is not where we predicted that this match would be. 14 wickets fell yesterday. A further 7 wickets today. This has been an interesting contest. And I don't think interesting truly is the word that I want to say or find, but it's been interesting.
Hakeem Jordan comes out. It's a matter of survival. The debutant Jonathan Drakes just giving him a couple of tips and some confidence and saying, listen, let's fight fire with fire. In the meantime, the experienced Hakeem Jordan, cool and calm, is never in a hurry. Takes his guard. It's a middle stump guard. Umpire Patrick Gustard gives him the clearance. He makes the mark. Ghana tail is up. Ronsford Beaton is on a rhythm. He's on a roll here. Let's see what will happen here. Hope he doesn't bowl a short ball. Somebody says oil. He pulls away. Early o'clock. Hakeem Jordan making Beaton wait. 38 for 6. Barbados. They could be bowled out before tea, based on what's happening.
Well, it's a long way to tea. We were talking about making it to the end of the day's play, but they're still just shy of an hour before we even get to the tea break.
Jordan waits for his first delivery. Runsford beaten. Is in now to bowl to Jordan. Oh, that's a good one. That was sharp. Ooh. That had some gas on it. If we're talking about oil, well, that was quick. 38 for 6. Things heating up here. Guyana. They've really gone after the Barbados pride here in this encounter.
They've certainly gone after them indeed. If we're talking about oil, I promise you there's a lot of it in Guyana. And if they're using that as their resource to power this, and I dare say it could be over very quickly.
4 slips, a gully, backward point, leg slip, a back pad. It's all happening here. Beaten into bow to Jordan. Jordan playing inside that line of delivery, skipping away down the leg side. Overcalled. 21 overs bowled. Barbados. They are 38 for 6 here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. Yes, 38 for 6. The Barbados Pride chasing 278 for victory. And the Guyana Harpy Eagles, they are large and in control with some oil.
Large and in control. And it's interesting that you're talking about chasing for victory. Because I don't think that there's any bit of a chase on here today any longer. I was thinking that they would have needed a lot more time to make serious inroads into Barbados Pride batters. But I've been proven wrong on this occasion, as Versami Pramal will continue.
Interesting times ahead. Drake's top score so far, he's 17. Waits for Pramal. And when he gets there, smothers the spin. Just want to see Pramal just toss it up. Let me see what the approach will be from Jonathan Drakes. Seems like a long time ago. 38 for 6. Pramal into his 6th over. 2 for 7. Is in. Bows to Drakes. And Drakes is standing up and playing this out into the offside. Can't score. Pressure. Pressure. Guyana's captain Leon Johnson. He's really muzzling the Barbadian batsman here. Comes again, forward again. Just want to see Pramal just flight it up. That's so flat. Just toss it up. Let's see how good Drakes is. Pressure mounting. Drakes waits as Pramal into both of him, flighted. And he gets there. See the difference? He wants to go, but he's really not there, not fully there. He's got to get closer to that and turn that into a full toss. Hit that down the ground. The mid-on is in, close, but good awareness. Flighted, short. He can stand up straight and he can play that. Pramal just needs to flight it. He doesn't have anything to lose. 38 for 6. Pramal rushing through. In to bowl to Drake's flighted. Drake's driving down the ground. Pramal should have stopped that, but he pulled away. Lovely shot on the offside, and that's a good cricket shot. Nice use of the feet there. Good balance, good control. He goes to 21, and the score in the meantime goes up to 42 for 6. I think that has to be the shot of the day so far of the second innings for Barbados Pride.
Certainly. I talked about the fact that Jonathan Drakes was using the feet, and I said I like to see that from him. I talked about the fact that he was coming forward a lot more confidently as well to Pramal, and the confidence certainly showing there. That was an absolutely fantastic shot on the part of the young man. It's a pity that they find themselves in this particular position, but he still has a lot to say, and I enjoy that shot by Jonathan Drakes.
They required 236 runs. They're 42 for 6 in case you've just joined us. Akeem Jordan is not. He'll face a hostile Runsford beaten. Ghana need 4 wickets. They need them in a hurry. Down the onside.
You know, it's so interesting how things can change once you start to bowl in the right areas. When Runsford beaten started today, He was short. There wasn't much pace behind it either. A bit wide as well. But from the time he started to get into those good areas, from the time he started to fix that length, things have looked different. He picked up that first wicket, then all of a sudden, he's bounding in on that confidence. He looks a completely different bowler than he did when he first picked up the ball here today.
Here comes Ransford Beaton, 2 for 8. He's into his 7th over. Jordan is defending. Diving away there, looks like Sinclair. Maybe Sinclair needs to take the shades off. Bramble is indicating, attack the crease, attack the crease. That's what I want to see. Got a new ball. Got to keep coming, got to keep coming. Here goes Ransford Beaton. Into bowl to Jordan, into bowl to Jordan. Jordan is defending. Basil Morgan has just reminded me that Ransford Beaton was born in Montserrat. So good afternoon to Lionel Baker, Montserrat's test player. So many players from Montserrat could have played test cricket. Jim Allen is still a cardinal sin that he didn't represent the West Indies at the test level, but went to the Kerry Packer series. He was flamboyant. Davin Williams, good afternoon. How are you doing, sir? Beaton in the ball to Jordan. That's wrong body line. This has been good aggressive bowling here by Ransford Beaton. And Jordan has been tested.
Certainly by far better. He's in that good area for a couple deliveries. Pulls out that short one to remind Jordan that he has it in his back pocket. This is lovely cricket.
Okay. Team spirit among these two teams has been excellent. A little banter there with Jordan and Bramble. Ransford Beaton, 4 good deliveries so far. He'd want to get one into the wicket column. He's up now, bows to Jordan. Jordan is, that one was a body line there, Beaton. Was really coming down the body line area now.
That one had some effort behind it, a bit of sting.
I'd have loved to see 2 rounds in this competition because Jordan might have had a chance to come at these young Guyana batsmen again. But it won't be. But you never know. There's an all-important game coming up.
They're bringing that man up from deep backward square leg now. I'm not certain where they're looking to put him just yet. And I think that Leon Johnson is almost spoiled for choice in terms of where he can set his field because of the position Barbados Pride find themselves in. So there's no man at the leg gully. And Nell Smith has now joined him to his left.
Beaten from the Sir Andy Robertson. He comes in now to bowl to Jordan. Jordan gets a thing. Oh, didn't carry. They appeal for a run out. And he's back into the crease. Wow. All happening here. Over comes to an end. A maiden over from Ransford Beaton. Barbados are in trouble. 42 for 6. They need 236 to win this game. Ghana Harper Eagles, they need 4 wickets.
And the back of my heart, I'd say I'm hurting because I didn't predict or expect that Barbados Pride would find themselves in this position. But on my face, I'm certainly enjoying the display of bowling that I'm seeing currently now by the Guyana Harper Eagles. Yes, there was some ill-advised stroke play, but given how they started directly after lunch, this is a stark improvement on that, and they are being rewarded for those improvements.
Pamal. 2 Drakes is in, both to Drakes. Drakes is driving and can't get past the cover fielder and runs with Beaton. Just want to see Pamal just flight the ball a little more. They need 200 and odd runs. Flight it. Just give it some time. Give it some time. Pull him out of the crease. Let's see what's happening. Let's see him dance. And he's showing you that he wants to dance. Pomal. A little bit more flight into both to Drakes. Drakes is coming forward. He's 21. Let's get it up just above his eye line. Anywhere down between middle and off. Let him look for it. Flighted. He can play that shot all day. .42 for 6. Pomal. 2 Drakes. Drakes is driving down the ground 4 runs. That's what you want. Can afford to. Pomal is bowling miserly as if he doesn't want him to. You want him to use his feet. And that's okay. Nothing is wrong with that. Look for the ball and caught for the next one.
Certainly brilliant execution by Jonathan Drakes there. Wonderful use of the feet. Gets to the pitch of it. Lifts it back over the head. And he's certainly growing in confidence here, especially against for Sammy Permal.
I would have loved to see El Camino Willett bowl into Drakes in these circumstances. It would have been an easy contest. He would have pulled him out. Over-completed. And Pomal come back to flat and fast. You're in a contest where you're on top. You have to stay on top. 46 for 6, Barbados.
I'm certainly enjoying this innings from Jonathan Drakes a lot more than I did his first innings. I mentioned I really think that he was overwhelmed by the particular occasion, the situation in which he came to the crease, where Sammy Permal got the better of him on that particular occasion. But here now today, on day 4, he stood up, had that one chance, one over goal. Forget that. Outside of that, Jonathan Drakes has looked good at the crease today. He's been confident in his movement, in his stroke play, and most importantly, he's trusted his defense in facing up against for Sammy Permal.
We must always remind the folks too that he was dropped by Kevin Sinclair off of Ransford Beaton, playing a real slashing drive. Here is another delivery around the body line to Hakeem Jordan. He's just fending it away. It's only a matter of time for Hakeem Jordan. I want to see Jordan is concentrating. There's so much banter going on, and he's not afraid to. He's taking them on. Beaton just needs to just fire away at those stumps. Get one outside the line of the off stump and get Jordan driving. You've set him up nicely with those short balls. He knows the short ball is coming. So they're coming more or less on the body line. Square him up. That's a wasted delivery by Ransford Beaton. Tap the stumps, Beaton. Got to remember that. There's no mid off, no mid on.
I think for Beaton, what he needs to remember is how he picked up the last 2 wickets, the wickets of Brooks and the wickets of Shane Dowrich. If you can remember that, find that good length, and like I said, pull out that particular short delivery at the right moment. That is, to my mind, how it works.
Here comes Ransford Beaton from the Sandy Roberts end. Moving away nicely. Goes past umpire Patrick Gustard in out about to Jordan down the onside. And just losing the radar. The focus and the concentration. You've got to remain focused for long periods. Can't get frustrated. 46 for 6. Why are you not attacking the stumps? Have to attack the stumps. You've got a good short ball. Hakeem Jordan knows that you're going to bowl body line, so you now attack the toes. Just would like to see the back pad a little closer. Don't think the ball is going to carry to him. It's good distance back. Beaten in to Jordan. Jordan is defending onto the offside. Can't get a single. Just for a moment, Drakes thought that he was interested. Jordan said no.
That one would have certainly spelled trouble for them, or rather more trouble, given that they're definitely in trouble here at 46 for 4.
I think Drakes is caught in 2 minds. He doesn't want to expose Hakeem Jordan to Vasami Pomal. And so he's maybe decided, they maybe communicated, you take the pace and I will take the spin. But it might be maybe difficult for the young man to maybe have to shoulder that responsibility. He's back and punching that. Let's see how many runs we're going to get here, how much they need. They want, they can get 3. Is he interested? They're coming back, a little hesitation, but they get 3 runs in the end. So it did work. So lovely shot there by Hakeem Jordan. Short delivery. And punched it past cover. Pomal had a lot of running to do. Doesn't have a strong arm. But they got 3 runs in the process. The score goes up to 49 for 6. 49 for 6. Barbados. Pride.
Well, Hakeem Jordan can bat a bit on that occasion, getting up high elbows, punching it through the offside. He actually got 248 runs in the elite competition with 1.5 century. So I'm not trying to say he's a Lara, but he's still capable.
Short ball hammered in, over completed, and the trick has worked. They'll be able to, Pomal will get 6 to Hakeem Jordan.
Well, it's going to be very interesting now, given that Jonathan Drakes, who was the batter, facing the majority of those per maul deliveries, and he was handling them quite well. Obviously now a new challenge.
That's why I thought that Drake should maybe just take 2 and allow Jordan to face Beaton, who you look a bit more comfortable, because you're exposing Jordan. Remember what happened in the first innings?
Oh, well, we're about to see how Hakeem Jordan negotiates this particular challenge. I hope he heard the praise that I heaped upon him just now and does justice to that.
Jamaica 82 for 4 in their game at Coolidge. Barbados 49 for 6. They need another 186 runs, Jamaica at Coolidge. Leewards need 6 wickets. Good positive shot driven up to Smith on the offside by Hakeem Jordan. The ball came off the bat sweetly there. Pomal just needs to flick the ball. Just needs to think about it. Loop it up. Played down the wrong line there. That went across him. And every time he flights the ball, he just looks a different bowler. But he's not backing himself consistently because he's into his old mood. Different conditions, different day. Toss it up. Here is a delivery which is played into the leg side area, and they get 2 runs. In fact, 3 runs in the end. Drake's running hard to get Hakeem Jordan off strike.
Well, that was certainly great running on that occasion. It was a comfortable 3 in the end as long as they set off hard, and Jonathan Drakes did exactly that for Sammy Pomal, getting a bit too full and straight on that occasion.
Pomal 50 up for Barbados, goes up to 52. Here's Drake's playing a loose shot. He was wide, but I don't think he was wide enough. He just fired because of all of the fielders that are around his bat.
Funny enough, not just that, but it was a delivery that in the previous over and the over before that he was leaving. And he could have left it again.
Pomal into Drakes. Drakes is paddling this one around. Misses. And coming around nicely. Not neat enough like a real top-class keeper is Anthony Bramble, but he collected. Nonetheless, 52 for 6. Drakes 25. Hakeem Jordan is 6. He's on the non-strikers end, Jordan. Drakes is coming down the wicket. When he gets there, he was in 2 minds. He was almost playing around the pad. And you see the difference. I hope Pomal sees that when he flights the ball and he pulls him out to the crease, Drakes is not comfortable at all. Over comes to an end.
So it's going to be interesting to see if at any point we see Kevin Sinclair being brought into the attack.
No, Shamar Joseph. They're going to both spin from one end, and seam from the next end. Beaton has done his job. You would have gone for Sinclair?
Not particularly. I just wondered, whether or not we would get a chance. Or let me not lie. I probably would have, just to
Yeah, but
see.
if you go for Sinclair, you're easing the pressure.
That is to say that you're telling yourself that Sinclair will bowl badly.
No, what you want is you have your options. You have 3 fast bowlers. It's a long day, and so the seamers have picked up wickets, and so you want to be able to keep encouraging the seamers. And every now and again, the ball lands in the right area, and you get a wicket.
I can agree there, I guess.
So
it's a trier on occasion with certain
Joseph, if Joseph he didn't bowl well after lunch, but if he can hit his right straps here right now, I think it could be all over for the Barbados Pride. Whipped away into the onside, out to Smith, brings Jonathan Drakes into strike. He's on 25. Jordan goes up to 7. $53 for 6. Three slips, a gully, backward point, mid on, mid off. Drakes waits for Joseph. He's just turning this into the leg side area. Get another single. So things have cooled down. Quietly here. 54 for 6. Hakeem Jordan comes back into strike. Drakes goes to 27. Here's Jordan driving to cover 4 runs. Lovely shot, half volley. Got to hit the deck, got to hit the deck. Shamar Joseph, he's got to lift his game. Beaten bowl well, he can't come and ease that pressure away. He's got to hit the deck, he's got to run in and hit the deck. 58 for 6, lovely shot by Hakeem Jordan. He goes up to 10.
Oh, that one full. Just a touch wide on that occasion. Hakeem Jordan just getting a good straight in and caressing that one through the covers and collects 4 runs. That takes him now up to 10. It was still interesting to note on that particular delivery that it was still just a hint of movement.
Joseph to Jordan. Jordan is clipping this one away down to Smith. Goes up to 11. Score goes up to 59 for 6. Shamar Joseph has to hit the straps. He's got to hit the deck. He's just forcing himself away. He has to relax. Think about it. Land the ball in the right areas. I like when he's attacking the stumps. I think that's when he's a different bowler.
One of those slips now goes to cover.
Here comes Joseph into Drakes. Drakes is leaving alone at delivery. Barbados required 219 runs. 7 runs off this over so far. Maybe easing the pressure up more. Shamar Joseph, Leon Johnson expect you to keep that pressure up. Beaton was very hostile within his spell. Back of the length delivery. Over comes to an end. And Barbados Pride are 59 for 6. Only a matter of time. Jonathan Drakes 27, Hakeem Jordan 11. And some entertainment continuing here on day 4 in this Cricket West Indies 4-day championship being played in Antigua and Barbuda. First game in Grenada, which started a day earlier, ended in a draw. And at Coolidge, Leeward Islands would need some wickets. Jamaica would need some runs. So too would Barbados be here. Guyana need wickets, Barbados need runs.
Before they get those runs, Barbados need Jonathan Drakes to stand out there and bat. He's faced 81 deliveries so far. A bit of a push-up contest going on out there. I'm not too sure why Kevin Sinclair is looking to get a bit buff. Not sure if he has some night plans. But Jonathan Drake's facing 81 deliveries so far. It's been good on the young man. Let's not forget he's on debut. So he has that debutant pressure. He has the pressure of this particular situation. He's certainly handled it well thus far.
Well, Niall Smith is brought back, so no Kevin Sinclair yet for the day. But Niall Smith didn't bowl well after lunch. He might be ready and ready to go here. And let's hope that we can get a controlled bowling spell from him. Here is the delivery. Eased away. Down to the vacant third man boundary for 4 by Hakeem Jordan. It was wide and he just opened the face of the bat deliberately and steered it past gully and backward point. Ran away very quickly for 4. Goes up to 15 and the score goes up to 63 for 6.
On that particular occasion, Niall Smith just short and wide. That ball coming off the outer portion of the bat of Hakeem Jordan. He'll be happy to get those 4 runs. More importantly, he'll be happy that he's still out there, as once again it's just about that time and that mental battle and winning that mental battle.
Good leave by Hakeem Jordan. 63 for 6.
I know, looking at the time and saying, well, it's 2:10. Many are saying it's a foregone conclusion. It's all the way towards Guyana. But really and truly, it just takes one partnership. One solid partnership gets you to tea. If that solid partnership can continue after tea, then a bit more pressure comes on to the Guyana Harpy Eagles.
Smith into Jordan. Jordan is out, caught behind. Umpire Carl Tuckett is not moved. Jordan, they can't believe it. The Guyana Harpy Eagles. And if I know Hakeem Jordan, if he nicked it, he would have been walking. So umpire Carl Tuckett must have made a good decision. Let's look at the replay and see what's happening. They went up very early. Up went the appeal. Umpire Carl Tuckett was not interested.
Hakeem Jordan certainly never looked back at that one. But it was no talking about time, winning the mental battle, putting together a partnership. And Hakeem Jordan decides, I'm going to go at that one. He was better served leaving it on that particular occasion. Like I said before, right now it is not about runs for Barbados Pride. Yes, runs are important, and it certainly eases the pressure, makes some adjustments in the field, but certainly not playing shots like that.
Here
Picking
comes
the correct deliveries.
Short and steering it down to the third slip area. Anthony Bramble and the slip cord, and they must have heard something. The only person who didn't hear it was Carl Tuckett. He said not out. And he's the man with the golden arm. And if he says not out, it is not out. You got to go back and work again.
To be fair, with how hard he swung at that particular one, probably what they heard was the wind off the bat on that particular occasion.
Oh, it could have been the pad. You never know. I'd like to look back at that replay again. It was close. He went hard, like you said, at it. His eyes lit up. Now Smith to Jordan. In the elbow to Jordan. Jordan is trying to defend a body line delivery. Would like to see Niall Smith looking at the toes, looking at the stumps. Strange. Maybe I need to get Joel Garner to come in here and teach him how to bowl Yorkers. Because I think only one Yorker has been bowled for the day. It might have been by Ransford Beaton. Everybody else has been short. Smith in to Jordan. Jordan is just steering that into the offside and getting an easy single. Pomol is after it. Johnson is saying, come on. So, end of the over. Umpire Carl Tuckett and Niall Smith having a conversation. And saying, no, that one, I said not out. It was not out. You tend to ask the umpire. Umpire, what happened with that one? 64 for 6.
Oh, well, the Barbados Pride batter's taking on a bit of fluid.
They need more than fluid as we speak.
And it actually appears that it's going to be a water break at this point.
So they're going to take this is the second hour. So the first hour, 34 for 3. The next hour, some 10 overs were bowled, and another 3 wickets fell. Almost we could say the same 34. So 34 runs, except that we had less overs this time. So the umpire having a discussion. Leon Johnson is still concerned about that caught behind of Akeem Jordan, still questioning the umpires.
Oh, well, my thing is here, if you take your catches, the ones that are definite edges, you don't have to worry too much. Jonathan Drake's dropped. That's a little while before that. Had they taken that, would they have been so adamant maybe about this particular occasion as a small partnership is currently building? Who knows?
Jamaica, 102 for 5. They need another further 166 runs. Abijaya Mansingh is on 20. Jamie Merchant is on 2. Rakim Cornwall, 2 for 9 from his 7. Colin Archibald, 1 for 23. Lugg, 7. Mackenzie, 28. Morrison, 22. Thomas, 12. Palmer, 6. Those are the wickets back in the hut. They lost wickets at 1 for 37, 2 for 39, 3 for 73, 4 for 75, 5 for 82. Sheena Barrett, 7 overs, no maidens, 47 runs, 1 wicket. Jeremiah Louis, 7 overs, 2 maidens, 23 runs, 1 wicket. Rakim Cornwall, 7 overs, 3 maidens, 9 runs, 2 wickets to complement the 85 in the second innings. And Colin Archibald, the emerging left-arm fast bowler and all-rounder who scored his maiden first-class 100 last year. 7 overs, 3 maidens, 23 runs, 1 wicket. We'll take a break and we'll come back to see what happens after our second hour's break here. Barbados require 214 to win, 64 for 6. And Ghana Eagles, they need 4 wickets. after the second water break, which has produced some exciting times here. Barbados Pride require another 214 runs. And Shamar Joseph will start from the Sir Andy Robertson. And I will give my colleague the opportunity to take it through until tea.
Starts with one full and wide outside the off stump. Comfortably left by Hakeem Jordan. You mentioned tea. And the 11 minutes by my clock, or if I look at the clock on the scoreboard, 12 minutes until tea. So I'm hoping that the Barbados Pride batters take a look over their left shoulder. See that time. I know that if they can bat 12 minutes, they've done themselves a favor. Gets back in defense, that one does. Hakeem Jordan. I would have mentioned that he can be fairly handy with the bat. And this is one of those scenarios and situations in which he will hope that he's a batting all-rounder and not a bowling all-rounder. Goes full, clipped away. Looking one, should get two comfortably. Collected by Ronsford Beaton. And just inside of that mid-wicket boundary. So 2 runs added to the total. That takes it up now to 66 for 6 for the Barbados Pride. They're still some distance away from that winning target. Like I said, I can't imagine that that target is even remotely in the mind of the Barbados Pride at this point. 3 slips in the gully waiting for Shamar Joseph. Back and plays that one quite well, does Jonathan Drakes. He's certainly batted a lot better in this innings. He's certainly shown why, or at least shown glimpses of why he was selected. I would have mentioned the fact that he scored quite a few runs back home in the league competition. He scored runs in the trial matches leading up to this. Well negotiated again. Gets up tall, lets that ball come to him. He was guilty 2 overs ago of playing away from the body. But thankfully for his sake, it was put down at gully by Kevin Sinclair. He will want to capitalise on that particular opportunity. With just 1 delivery left now in this Shamar Joseph over. Does it do a bit of damage, but no damage to the score. 66 for 6.
Hakeem Jordan's highest first-class score is 31. So he's already 18 here. And we'll maybe need more than 31 to get Barbados across the line, or maybe even save them from what could be a very embarrassing defeat if Guyana Happy Eagles do get across the line.
Well, for me, I wouldn't even be looking at the total in terms of their score. What I'd be looking at is the balls faced. So for Hakeem Jordan right now, he's faced 30 deliveries. For Jonathan Drakes, he's faced 81. If this pair bat until tea, I would tell myself that Jonathan Drakes has probably faced maybe about 96. Hakeem Jordan, 35, 36, anywhere around there. How many balls can they bat after the tea break?
66 for 6.
Niall Smith to continue. Another delivery just outside that off stump and well left again by Jonathan Drakes. Like I said, it is about those deliveries faced for these young men. If they can tell themselves each that they want to face another 60 deliveries each for them, that's 120 balls there. That gets them closer to the end of the day. goes short on that particular occasion. I'm looking over to the scoreboard and it tells me that there are 31.4 overs remaining in the day. Obviously, light permitting, we went off roughly about 5:30-ish yesterday, or maybe a couple minutes after that. So light permitting, 31.4 overs left in the day. How many balls out of those 31.4 overs can this pair bat? Thought about it for a second there, did Jonathan Drakes, but pulls out in the end. That's 3 dots so far for this Nell Smith over. If you're now joining us and seeing that score of 66 for 6, you're correct. Shane Mosley went when the score was 5. Zachary McCaskey when the score was 2. Shamar Brooks at 30. Nicholas Curtin at 35. Shamar Springer at 35. And Shane Dowrich made an appearance, and he went with the score at 38. Back and punches that one is Jonathan Drakes. And he's pulled back just inside the boundary, so brilliant work out there, and they come back for 3.
Good cricket all around. Waited and played the ball very late as possible. Partnership now 31 from 54. So Jonathan Drake's showing some good signs.
Showing some good signs. Indeed, signs that I'm sure that the coaching staff are quite proud of. They won't be proud of this score, but they'll be proud about how he stood up and batted here on day 4. Another appeal there, and the finger stays down again.
Don't think that one was convincing. I think they were just trying to test umpire Carl Tuckett with that one.
I'd hope.
I always look at the body language of Leon Johnson. Leon Johnson didn't go up with any conviction. He's the man I always look at. Once you see Leon Johnson goes up, you know that you're in trouble.
I'd hope on this occasion, the way I saw Akeem Jordan just gripping that bat a bit tighter after he played that shot, that he's disappointed in the fact that he was lured into another short, wide one. If he's going to make it to tee, he's going to have to leave those. That ball just getting a bit too much bounce on that occasion to play that type of shot.
Smith needs to bowl a fuller length to Jordan.
In the air for a bit, but away from the man at short leg. Another over comes to an end. 69 for 6.
I think the bat pad is just too far. He's going to have to get closer because the pace is not going to carry to him based on that distance where he is. He's going to have to get up a little closer.
Well, it looks like there's going to be a change in bowling in the form of Kevin Sinclair now being brought into the attack. If you were watching a bit earlier, I said that I thought that maybe after Beaton finished his spell, that we may have seen Kevin Sinclair. Well, a couple overs later, Leon Johnson has thrown the ball his way, asked him to make something happen because it has been some time since something has happened for the Guyana Harpy Eagles. That pressure has subsided a bit. Obviously, looking at this total, you know that the pressure is still on, but the partnership between Jonathan Drakes and Akeem Jordan has just caused things to go just quiet for a little bit, caused the Guyana Harpy Eagles to have to think about a different plan or a different approach to try to finish up this Barbados Parade innings.
I would have gone different. I would have gone for Zami Pamal from the Sandy Roberts end and bring Sinclair from the Sir Curtly Ambrose end. The reason for that is the breeze is going from east to west, and just put some more pressure on Jonathan Drake. It would be the longer part of the boundary here. There's a different direction for him to think about, you'd have been seen from all from.
Oh, this camper through for a quick single. A comfortable one in the end. Akeem Jordan calling him through, realizing that that ball had traveled some distance away from the man at short leg. Two slips in awaiting. Ball in the hand of Kevin Sinclair, a man at point, a man at cover, a whitish mid-off. Turned around the corner again for another comfortable single. That now takes total up to 71 for 6.
If he's going to get that sort of turn, then he maybe needs a leg slip.
Back and handled quite easily by Jonathan Drake. So it will be interesting, obviously, given that Kevin Sinclair was quite flat in that first innings. He still picked up wickets.
Just needs to give himself enough time so he can flight the ball, especially when you bowl it to Jordan and Drakes in this situation with the score being 71 for 6.
Comes forward confidently there. Again, this Jonathan Drakes. We've been talking about it for some time in terms of how he's played these spinners here today. He's trusted his defense. He's gotten forward. Back and negotiated to end that over. 71 for 6.
If Sinclair is going to bowl that pace, then it's going to be easy for a Jordan and a Drakes. He has to put the ball above the eye line. He has to make them dance, make them come to the pitch of the ball. You got runs, so you try different things. You know, this constant, you know, pace on the ball. Take some pace off of the ball. Barbados need 207 runs. So you can afford to flight the ball. I don't know if Sinclair knows anything about flight. I think he fancies himself as a fast bowler or Niall Smith as well.
Well, he certainly had to take a flight to get here. But over at Coolidge, Jamaica Scorpions, 111 for 5, needing a further 157 runs. Edged but falls short of a second slip. Akeem Jordan just using his hands to signal and ask Jonathan Drakes whether or not there was some movement is there, and I can tell him that yes, a bit of a wave movement. However, his hands followed the ball on that particular occasion, hence why it took the edge of the bat. Soft hands though on that occasion, causing it to fall short of second slip, who's actually in fact now taken a step up.
He's not bowled a Yorker for the day. Don't understand why Niall Smith feels that he has to bang the ball in. Look at Jordan's toes and keep going at them. Jordan has made his mind up and he knows that Beaton, Joseph and Smith are going to bowl short, and so he's going to stand up. So I'm saying try something else different.
Well negotiated again by Akeem Jordan, as we're now 7 minutes approximately, or rather 8 minutes approximately away from tea.
I wonder if he remember how he got his first wicket in the second innings.
Well, that has been some time ago.
He got Shane Mosley with a well-pitched up delivery. So why continue to try to bang the ball into the turf here? Could never understand.
Now, this is what I like to see from Jordan, just leaving that ball outside of that off stump. There's no trouble there. There's no trouble in the surface. Sure, outside is still a bit overcast. However, that ball now at 31.4 overs old, it is not moving in the same manner that it was a lot earlier in this innings. He's capable. He's competent.
Because they just banged the ball into the turf.
Well, on this occasion, outside the off stump again, throws his hands, and a brilliant catch by Sinclair at gully spells the end of Akeem Jordan. And that's wicket number 7 down for the Barbados Pride.
You always saw that coming. That was something that you were very conscious about. You were talking about coming up to the tea breaks. And it's always important how teams lose wickets. They lose wickets before tea, after tea, before a break. It's always so important. But that was always on the card. And Jordan will be kicking himself. Let's look at it. The right foot never moved. It went back. Just the hands went. And a good sharp catch by Sinclair. He celebrated. But I think he still has to pay the kitty for the drop catch of Jonathan Drakes.
It is so interesting that the delivery before that, or rather two before that, I talked about the fact that I liked seeing Akeem Jordan leave that ball outside of the off stump. There's no real movement on offer. Those deliveries are easy to leave, especially in a situation like this. Every time that he's flashed outside that off stump, played a shot outside that off stump, has been extremely close to the edge. Once again, he's playing away from the body, takes the edge, and on this time now, it's taken, and he pays the ultimate price.
71 for 7. The Barbados dressing room a bit dejected. Assistant coach Ryan Hines, really is thinking about it. He just can't believe what he's seeing here. And the preparation, they've put in the work, but Barbados have just not turned up to play this game in the batting aspect that you would have expect them as the defending champions to display.
It's all about winning those moments. Yes, you were 6 wickets down, but you had a wonderful partnership going for you. A partnership that took you almost to the stroke of tea. A similar scenario would have happened yesterday in terms of that partnership between Brooks and Keon Harding. Took them almost to the stroke of lunch. But just before lunch, a loose shot. Just before tea, a mistake. Opens the gates once again. Nell Smith to Shem Holder. Covers it well to end that over. So a wicket maiden for Nell Smith, 71 for 7.
Yeah, require another 207 runs Barbados. And let's see what the approach will be from young Jonathan Drakes. Because really there's nothing much left in the hut.
For Jonathan Drakes, it really once again goes back to it being very simple. Bat on ball or leaving ball. It's about how many balls can he face out there today. For Jonathan Drakes, he needs to come not out. It's as simple as that. He's a top order batsman. He started batting at number 3. For Jonathan Drakes, in this particular scenario, he needs to come not out. Everybody else around him, if they fall, let them fall. Obviously, that's not the scenario that Barbados Pride want. But if that happens, he needs to be the man that is out there so that he can say, I did my job.
First delivery was short and wide, but he was pulling away. He was backing away. He didn't get close enough to the ball and hit it down the backward point to Vasame Pomal, who was very deep. Sinclair will have to be on his game.
Back and negotiated quite easily again by Jonathan Drakes.
Okay.
A little shorter, looks to get back and cut that one.
He has to get closer to the ball. He's pulling away from the ball. And I find a lot of young batsmen in the Caribbean trying that shot, pulling away. You've got to get as close as possible so you can be in control and balance with the ball. Lovely balance there, stayed low to the ball and just caressed it through the offside. He only wants 2. He's not interested in anything else. So he wants most of the strike.
Certainly a good-looking shot there. He got to the pitch of it, allowed the ball to come to him. Another 2 runs to him, but more importantly, another ball faced. Turns that one, but can't get it past Niall Smith. Just one delivery, no left in this Kevin Sinclair over. Thinks about 1, but it was never going to be 1. 73 for 7.
Yeah, 73 for 7. And Barbados Pride up against it. Shem Holder is not. Drakes and Holder having a discussion in mid-pitch. So good afternoon to Mr. Blacks on the manual scoreboard here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium and to the entire crew, 360 television crew, who are darting away and beaming out the signal here from Antigua and Barbuda to around the world. Wherever you are viewing us on the Cricket West Indies YouTube channel, we thank you very much for your comments and concerns, and we'll continue to keep improving to bring you good coverage of the cricket.
Niall Smith continued with 1 that was pretty close to that Yorker length that you've been asking for some time, Vernon.
It's got to be tailoring at the toes, and he's got a good Yorker delivery. That's why I'm sort of very surprised that he's not bowled it more consistently, fuller length. And when you got the team needs over 200 runs, you can afford to attack the stumps.
Well, this very much might be the last over before tea. Guyana Harpy Eagles will want to take 1 more in with them, certainly, as Niall Smith continues. Jonathan Drakes once again, or rather, in fact, yes, it was Jonathan Drakes, solid in that defense there.
He's caught between a rock and a hard place because he cannot shield anybody anymore. Everybody has to be treated like a batsman. And he's on debut. But he's certainly grown in confidence. Dropped by Sinclair of Beaton on 15. He can only get better, young man. Can't wait to see Kevin Wickham into this team.
Played uppish, but wide of Beaton at mid-on, and that one will trickle away into the boundary for Jonathan Drakes.
So all 7s, 77 for 7. Lovely on drive in the air, away from Beaton. It was in the air, but nothing was wrong with that. Good shot, pitched up. And that's what I want to see happening from Niall Smith. He was just offline there, but he just needs to just go searching for those stumps.
The score now goes up to 78 for 7.
Well, it should be 77. It was a boundary. 78, you think you might have that? Our scores leaving us 1 behind. Survival time here.
Two deliveries left now before tea. And I believe that as long as Jonathan Drake gets there, he'll be happy with what he's been able to do so far.
Maybe can still eke out a half century on debut, providing he gets the support.
Oh, this one off the leading edge and an easy catch for Vasami Pramal.
So 78 for 8. A lazy shot there from young Drakes. Leaning edge. He was so casual. And he'd be very disappointed the way he got out. And Guyana strikes again.
Closing the bat face too early on that occasion was Jonathan Drakes, looking to clip it back through that same mid-wicket region that he now picked up before. On this occasion, like I said, closing that bat face too early, ball taking the leading edge. And Versami Pamal would not drop that on a Saturday, a Sunday, a Monday. No days of the week.
So, would you concur when I said that you have to pitch the ball up? What has just happened?
Yes, indeed. It was always about that length. Granted, it was a false stroke by Jonathan Drakes, but it happened because they hit a good length.
So why is Harding now coming out? I find that strange. Why did Akeem Jordan, Shem Holder, is Harding not feeling well?
Oh, don't forget Harding came in as the night watchman in the instance before, so maybe this is his actual position and this Barbados Pride setup.
He's a much better player. He certainly can bat better than Shem Holder, in my estimation. But maybe there's another twist to this game with our good friend Keon Harding walking out.
I dare say the only twist might be you twisting my arm on this particular occasion. I might have to lean on the side of there's just too much time left in this match for this pair to survive. I would have told myself that Jonathan Drakes could have taken it deep.
Well, I was backing him to get a nice little half century, but he certainly didn't want it. It was there for the taking. And with Harding and company, Shem Holder, could have maybe just waited for a little while, a little casual in his approach. Got to be tighter, really.
No, it's not lost on me that in moments and lapses of concentration right before intervals, 2 wickets have been the result of it.
Always happens.
That partnership before between Drakes and Jordan was 71 balls.
Push onto the offside. Here's Keon Harding. And he gets a quiet single. He's off the mark.
So that over comes to an end. 79 for 8. And it doesn't look like we're heading off to tea.
No, I think they'll push on based on the context of the game. Might maybe get the extra half an hour in. Maybe just before. And Guyana might just maybe want to wrap this up. What do we have now? 79 for 8? Only a matter of time.
I'm drifting onto that boat now, telling myself, yes, indeed, only a matter of time. However, I would never want to call a cricket game. I'm going to hang maybe 5% of my worries over with the Barbados Pride and tell myself that by some stretch of the imagination, somebody might prove us wrong here today and bat it to the close of play.
We'll wait and see. Keon Harding is certainly capable. 2 slips, a bat pad, leg slip, backward point, cover, short mid-wicket, mid-on, mid-off. That's the field placing.
That one had a bit of excitement on it for a second, popping into the air, but no man at silly mid-off, and they're now thinking about it as they call for Nandu to get the helmet. A bit of a reactionary approach, I would have to say. Akshay Pasad, the other player under the helmet. So 2 men in front of the bat now. 2 slips, a man at cover, a man at mid-wicket, a man at mid-on and mid-off. That one a lot flatter from Kevin Sinclair. Definitely not the type of delivery that brought Harding forward before to pop that ball into the air. Another dot delivery. Score remains on 79 for 8. More importantly, just 2 wickets now for the Guyana Harpy Eagles to take a victory here in the first round of the West Indies Championship. Gives it a bit of air on that occasion. If you think back to the just before lunch yesterday, Harding went for a big swing off of Pramal. Goes flatter, helped around the corner by Keon Harding. Won't have the legs to get into the boundary though. Pulled back inside now by Nell Smith. 1 point, Keon Harding thought he got enough onto that one to take it over the ropes. One delivery left now for him to negotiate. And he has a swing at this one. Drops into the surface and trickles away into the boundary now. So given some air there by Kevin Sinclair to close out that over. And Keon Harding says, I'll take you on. At the end of 35, 85 for 8.
Yeah, so Harding is going to have some fun. He's really not going to be in any hurry. You get himself organized. He's certainly not going to be bothered by about anything else. And maybe it might just only work out now to be a matter of time. Let's see what the approach will be from Shem Holder. Harding 7, Holder 1. Six runs coming out of that over. Harding practicing on the golf range. Saying, well, let's now practice. You play golf also?
Only on the computer and only on the phone.
John is going to pull you on the golf course, so don't worry. Prepare yourself. If you're here, I can bet you that he's going to take you up on the range. It's a lovely game. You should think about it. Stayed away. Down to the third man boundary for 4. Just opened the face of the bat. Lovely shot by Shem Holder. And it went through the gap and sped away on this fast outfield here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. A boundary to Shem Holder.
He was certainly in control of that one, I would have to say. Pushed at it, yes. But no harm, no foul on that particular occasion. 4 runs, yes, to the Barbados Pride cause, but at this stage, runs are almost immaterial, you would have to say. A comfortable single there for Shem Holder. That brings Keon Harding back into strike.
90 for 8. Look as if we might get an early day at the office to go to the beach. As the old Jackson, Stonewall Jackson, Vincent Deming would say in St. Kitts.
Well, there are 365 of them to choose from.
So Harding is certainly not going to hang around.
Well, he goes for a heave, a hoika, or something you would have to say there. And Harding says, well, we need 188. I'll get all of them in one ball.
Well, he's going to play shots. He's already shown you that. And so, you know, it's only a matter of time. He's not going to hang around. He's going to fight fire with fire. And it really doesn't make sense either to be just out there blocking.
edged and taken. So the 9th wicket down for the Barbados Pride.
I think you need to get your swimming trunks out and hit the beach. Get down to Jolly Beach and have some rum punches or some English Harbour.
Well, there's certainly not a jolly time here for the Barbados Pride. Harding just pushing at that one from Nell Smith. And a comfortable catch. In the end, he celebrates with that famous Ronaldo Sue. They're certainly sensing the win here now at 90 for 9. The Barbados Pride. The new batter in Jer McAllister.
McAllister is stepping out, and based on what we saw in the first innings, don't know if he'll last long enough.
I want to apologize very quickly to Jair. There is Jair and not Jer.
Jair.
Jair McAllister. Yeah, he would hold me for that one.
Yeah, he would also hold me for calling his name wrong also. So I apologize, Jair.
Well, 90 for 9 here at 2:54 p.m. in Antigua and Barbuda. 2:54 p.m. in the Eastern Caribbean. 1:54 p.m. in Jamaica.
Early day at the office.
It certainly would appear that way indeed, Vernon.
I guess we can head up to Coolidge and witness a very close encounter. But I don't know if I don't want to see any more cricket for the rest of the day. Until maybe next Wednesday.
So 2 deliveries left in this Nell Smith over. It will only take 1 though for him to get a 5-wicket haul. He now has figures of 4 for 27 from his 9.4 overs. 3 slips, a gully, a man at silly mid-off in the form of Matthew Nandu. Akshaya Prasad is at short leg. Ronsford beaten. Well, he was at a short mid-wicket. No, it drifts just backward of square. Shamar Joseph at leg gully.
1 Yorker.
Well, you call for a Yorker, but in fact it was short, and it is a 1 bounce 4 for Jair McAllister. So he says, while I'm here, I'm going to have some fun.
Tell me, why would Niall Smith want to bowl a short ball? Just look at this Thompson bowl. How is he getting the wickets all the time? It just amazes me.
Umpire signals 1 for the over. So Jair McAllister says, nope, I'm not going to lay down here and die. I'm going to have a swing. And the question is, with 1 delivery left for Nell Smith to potentially get a 5-wicket haul, what does he go to? He's having a long chat with Versamy Pramal, the very experienced Versamy Pramal. They now put a man back in Ronsford Beaton at deep mid-wicket. A man goes back just shy of the 3rd man boundary. So we're questioning, will it be short? Ronsford Beaton now makes his way around to what is a deep backward square leg almost.
I think that's a bluff. Just needs to bowl the ball straight on the wicket. That's what he needs to do. Execute a perfect Yorker.
Well, he's bowled him, and that signals victory here for the Guyana Harpy Eagles. They've certainly been all over the Barbados Pride here today. Full and straight, definitely straight at that. The off stump is rocked back, and with it, the Barbados Pride.
Cricket can't be that hard. It cannot be that hard. Really. You just have to understand the game, it's game awareness, and sort yourself out. Joel, it was indeed a pleasure working with you, my brother. I think you can give an overall recap. We all know where Barbados went wrong. They'll have to go back to the drawing board. I want to see Kevin Wickham in the next game. I'm batting for Kevin Wickham. And I hope when he gets his opportunity, he will light up the Caribbean. I think he's an enterprising cricketer. And he would have added some value in terms of his bowling if he had played it in this game here against the Guyana Harpy Eagles. But that's history, and so we can't worry anything about that as we speak right now. Guyana Harpy Eagles, they have won the game convincingly. And when I say convincingly, really, really convincingly. They've just demolished the Barbados Pride, who really played some very, 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 very poor cricket. And in fairness, you'll have to say they also had their captain, Shane Dorish, didn't bat in the first innings because he was not well. And you could have seen that even when he came out in the second innings. It's history now. It's over to you to conclude the game.
Oh, well, to quickly recap those scores, Guyana Harpy Eagles in the first innings got up to 371 all out, and today got up to 126 for 9 declared. In reply, Barbados Pride 220 for 9 and 94 all out. Guyana Harpy Eagles winning by 183 runs. To quickly look back at that scorecard, Zachary McCaskey 4, Shane Mosley not, Jonathan Drakes 36, Shamar Brooks 12, Nicholas Curtin not, Shamar Springer also a duck, Shane Dorich a duck, Akeem Jordan 20, Shem Holder 6 not out, Kean Harding 7, and Jeremy McAllister, he was the last man bowled for 4. Those bowling figures, Shamar Joseph picked up 1 for 21, Niall Smith 4, or rather 5 for 31, Ronsford Beaton 2 for 11, for Sammy Pamal 2 for 18, and Kevin Sinclair none for 10. So on day 4 here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium, 3 p.m. in Antigua and Barbuda, it's all over in favor of the Guyana Harpy Eagles. A job well done to them, but you have to say that too many mistakes were made in the batting department on both sides of the coin. But on this occasion, Barbados Pride suffers because of those mistakes. And they're certainly going to have to go back to the drawing board here. It's been wonderful bringing this particular match to you. The opening match of round 1 here in the West Indies Championships, coming to you from the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. Guyana Harpy Eagles, they beat Barbados Pride by 183 runs. I'm Joel Manning, alongside me with Vernon Springer and Vinod Manshan. We want to say thank you to the 360 team and, of course, Cricket West Indies for allowing us to bring this coverage to you. It's been a pleasure being here. And until round 2, this is goodbye.
Well done, Joel. I sent you his number, and I'm sending him your number. So communicate one time so you could get that set up. He's my partner, so he can look after you. So you ain't got no problem.
No problem. Thanks a lot, man.
Don't mention.